How dare you?
Why are you? He always does this. Just to rub it in my face. I can't even get out of this thing.
What? You got a Rancor too now?
His is bigger.
What?
Yes.
Yours has like big crazy horns and shit.
No, his is the cantina. Is the cantina.
Oh my god.
Edition.
Oh my god.
Listen, he has spikes. Listen, I'm not grateful. I'm very grateful for the adopted. He's got spikes. Look at him. Well, now he won't stop. He plays this game. Like I try to catch up to him, and then he just runs away. Stop running.
No, my brother is just the Tard Wrangler of the two of us. He has to lead us around and be like, "Come on, come."
Do you see his spikes? They're orange.
Yes, they are. Quite nifty. And yours has big gnarly horns. What are you crying about?
No, his are orange.
No, I get that he has the like spikes around his back and stuff that are orange and everything, but you got big gnarly horns on the freaking head of the Rancor you got. Pretty cool.
No, his are orange.
Did you want what? You wanted orange? An orange spiked Rancor? Would that have made you feel a little better?
No. Where are we going? I'm hungry. There's stuff at a gas station.
Own your truth. You know, it was difficult. It was at first. I mean, you just cornered me like that and everything, but you know, it's a little liberating now to know I can like Star Wars in more ways than I ever imagined. Dave Filoni is the savior of Star Wars. KK is doing an amazing job. The people out there are just blind and can't see it. So yes, thank you. I can stop lying now.
What? What the fuck?
Hello and good evening, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Saturday Night Sith, episode 105. What we're going to talk about, I have no clue yet. It's been hectic, but regardless of that, I am your host, The Fractured Filter, and with me as always, my friend, my compatriot in all this madness, Jay Hitman. How are you tonight, sir?
Is this thing on? Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Awesome. ARAC Tree Act Kek to all of us who are joining tonight's show.
Doubled.
We do not surrender even in death. So pumped.
I can dig it.
No, doing good, man. Just ready to go. I did send a lot of stuff to talk. Well, I mean, we do have a lot of stuff to talk about. I was going through kind of the stuff in here, but yeah, just so pumped to be here, dude. So pumped.
Same as always. Yeah. Just for it all too. I kind of wanted to give a reminder to anybody that hasn't already. We do have just to kind of chill out the gaming channel that we do have set up for gaming streams. It's where I repost that stuff, and also like when we've done topics for when we've talked on here about certain gaming topics and stuff like that. I'll put it over on the gaming channel. So if you haven't, there is our gaming channel that you can always head over to, especially if you want to if you missed the gaming streams, you can head over there and catch the replays. That's where I post them, since I private them on here and all that, just whatever. But I just kind of wanted to throw out that channel once again. Boom. And yeah, we got so far too. We got Meteor Advocate Timon here in the chat saying Corinthians is playing right now. I'll be back when the game's over. And also, heyo, everybody. Heyo back at you, sir. And go team. I've never been a big sports guy. And Static, hello, sir, with the latent. Hey, listen. Things happen. People are busy. We try and get here when we can. Okay, it happens. Especially when I'm like 5 minutes after, I'm like, Hitman hasn't popped in yet. What's going on here?
I was late. I was rushing.
Yeah,
I was rushing home, and I had to drop the kids off at the pool. I'm just kidding. We don't talk about that. It's a kid show.
Anywho, you said last week, a little bit before we closed out, about an announcement.
Yeah, sure I did. I did talk about
And
it.
I never got to talk with you to find out what the heck was on your mind.
Well, I guess
schedules are always so goofy, so we don't always get the.
They are. You are a morning bird, and I am not a morning bird at all.
Nope.
Still don't understand how I can go to bed at 3 a.m. and Fractured is up at 3 a.m.
I'm getting ready for work, man.
I know that's early though. That's like you poor thing. No, so yeah, was an announcement. I was trying to figure out how to bring it up and everything, but I guess since you just asked the question, I'll just bring it up. So we talked a little bit. I don't know if we talked on the show or behind closed doors. So we've had conversations around like political questions, and we've discussed political things, and we've obviously talked about different like world events. As somebody who is a professed Christian, my announcement that I was going to make is I am wanting to do a secondary podcast, which is strictly around kind of apologetics, Christian apologetics. But the announcement was trying to bring you into the fold with this for a couple of different reasons.
You and I have discussed the ideas of this. Yeah.
Right. So first and foremost, my goal with this podcast is to, and I don't quite know how I want to structure it, whether it be like a Bible study. I don't know how I want to do it. I think I want to basically take just events that are going on and take it through a biblical lens, all the while kind of preaching the gospel and everything and bringing you into the fold, because I was very tactful and strategic with kind of the questions I ask you. And we've not talked about this. I mean, we've done a little bit, right? But we've never had a sit down conversation about kind of what you believe and what you believe, what you don't believe. And ask the question, are you atheist? Are you agnostic? And very specific reason. Because if you came and said, well, I'm an atheist, well, then you've made it, in your mind very clear that like God doesn't exist, right? But if you have the sense of agnostic, then it's like, well, I don't know. I think there's something out there. I just don't know, right? And so, one, we do this podcast, but the other thing is to bring you into the board because you bring a different perspective, right? So, in the hopes of, obviously, like the goal is obviously not to convert, right? There's different religions that like Mormonism, they're all about, Jehovah's Witnesses are all about converting, right? I've converted. That's not the point. The point. My hope through this is that everybody would see the truth and come to Christianity. I mean, that's obviously the goal, right? But that's what I want to do. I want to take certain things. I'll figure out how I want to structure this. So anybody who's listening, if you're a Christian, you're welcome to join. If you're not a Christian, you're welcome to join too, because at the end of the day, like, I just want to start taking everything from a biblical lens. So that's kind of the announcement. I don't have, like I said, how it's going to be structured. That's to be announced. I'm in the works with this. There's another guy who is friends of the show who does Stargate with us, who I've invited to kind of to join with this. So that's the announcement. I don't. Yeah. So
okay, I had a feeling that was possibly it, but
it is
just throw it out there and be like, okay, so what was on your brain, brother?
But here's the thing, though, and everybody's like, well, Jay Hitman, I'm not, I don't know, how can you do this podcast and how can it be related to Saturday Night Sith? Well, here's the thing, and this is why I mean, this is
this is what I'll say. Like every time we talk about something, right? Whether it be with the whole ESG or what Sweet Baby Inc. is doing, like everything. The reason why I get so mad, and the reason why I always go back to, and I use the term, and it's not my term. I get like Steve Dace is the guy who coined it's the spirit of the age, right? But you've heard me say this Luciferian doctrine. This is why I get so irritated and why I get so mad, because this is related. I take what's happening in the gaming industry and take it through a biblical lens. Like when we talk about transgenderism and homosexuality, I have made it very clear. I do not hate these people, but I believe that it's wrong. Right. And so that's why I get heated. So if anybody thinks like, oh, why, I'll listen to you on Saturday Night Sith, but I'm not going to, I don't want to listen to this podcast because I don't think it's going to have anything to do with what we talked about on this show. Well, I tell you that, like, I don't know if that's necessarily accurate, because there's things on this show that we talk about that I do try to, I like everything that we talk about. Like at the end of the day, if I can, I try to take it from a biblical lens. Right. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to push.
I appreciate that perspective.
Yeah. I'm not going to push my faith on anybody. Like I will preach my faith, and, my hopes is that everybody will come to that. But again, I can't do that for you. I can't, like, God's like, gotta be the one to call you. So that's what it is. I hope that you'll join. Like I said, I mean, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but that's the announcement. It's going to be
okay.
Because we've talked about this. Like can we do it on this show? Like, can we do can there be a segment of this show where we do that? Do we need to do a separate podcast for it? We've talked about like doing separate podcasts.
Those would be details that definitely iron out a lot
for
more.
Sure.
So think of what we want to.
Because I don't think we ever had the intention, and that's what's so beautiful about the show. I don't think we ever, when we first started the show, at least for me, like I never thought it was going to go political. All I wanted to do was talk about right. Star Wars and try to, defend the very thing that George sold out on. But
unfortunately, yeah, that's kind of the case.
That was my intention. But through the evolution of this, 105 episodes of the show, it's like, it's kind of grown into, because the same dumb stuff that they're doing in Star Wars, they're doing in gaming, and they're doing with everywhere. Everything. So that's why so that's the announcement.
Okay, cool. Well, and we got Static here who says I'm what I call purposefully agnostic. And afternoon to you too, Firafima. Welcome. Thanks for jumping in and hanging out with us.
I'll end it on this though. The reason why, like I said, I want to bring you into the fold is obviously the perspective, but I think this is going to be a generalized statement. But I feel like there are some Christians out there that will shove Christianity down people's throat, and they will tell them
right
that they're wrong and this is why they're wrong. And albeit that might be true, but it's how you go about having these conversations. If I go to you and I say, Fracture, do you believe in, are you an atheist or agnostic? And he's like, well, I'm not. Whether you say atheist or agnostic, if I say, well, you're an idiot because this is the truth and you're going to burn in hell, like if I insult you, if I go the defensive route, like you're probably going to shut down. You're not going to listen. But if I ask, like, hey, like, what do you believe? Well, I believe this. Okay, well, help me. Let's say, well, I'm Mormon, or I'm a Jehovah's Witness, or like whatever it is. I'm an atheist, or I'm, Buddhist. Whatever you say, if I ask the wise, well, one, I'm asking the wise because I want to know why. But two, if I ask the wise, then from your perspective, you're like, well, hey, okay, this guy's taking the time of day to ask me why. So maybe he does care, right? And it opens the conversation. It opens it for a respectful dialogue, right? Now, it doesn't guarantee that you'll change the way that you think or what you view, right? But it's the fact that it opens the dialogue, right? And I think a lot and that's what needs to happen. You know what I mean? There's got to be a dialogue there, because you're not going to get anywhere if you just say, well, you're going to burn in hell. You don't believe in God, you're going to burn in hell. Right?
Now, straight to the fire and burn.
Sure. Is that true?
Now, and like you already say, it kind of pushes people away because it does.
Because they don't believe. Now, it may be true. I mean, it's true, right? But again, it's how do you go about presenting that? How do you go about presenting that the gospel and having that conversation with people on the show may not be, right? They may be politically involved and whatnot, but it's like, so that's the point of it. And I just encourage, like, if you don't agree with what I believe in, please listen. If this gets off the ground, please listen. You're welcome to listen. If you disagree with me, please hop on and tell me why you disagree, right? The whole point of this is to, to have that dialogue and however, like I said, however it ends up being structured. So
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I would almost say that because like with Saturday Night Seth, I kind of do see it as like the pop culture sphere show. I'm not. I want your opinions the way you want to deliver your opinions and stuff like that. So I'm absolutely, there's nothing wrong with that. But at least just from thinking off the top of my head, maybe for like its own, because I know like Static, he has his own.
For sure.
He does, of course, the weekend pregame, which we kind of just laugh at the insanity clown world. But then he now also does his Monday night, Blood. Yeah, which is the all political show,
right?
And even like this other guy that's joined us for weekend pregame now, Devil Made Me Do It. He has on Wednesday nights his own political stream as well. So there's a
lot of you on that show, by the way. Just to give a shout out, like Thursday, I may or may not have opened my phone, and that was on. And there's a whole bunch of y'all. I couldn't even count how many people were on the screen, but I noticed you and Duke Devil. Those are the only three I know.
Fun.
You Duke, and obviously Static. So, but yeah, it was. I can if that is more PG than Bloodbath, then I don't know how bad Bloodbath. I don't know what you would rate Bloodbath, because there was definitely some. I haven't gone
through everything from Bloodbath, so I watched their first one, but I'm not. Hey, Spartacus, how's it going? I'm not always too big on politics, and I think I said this before. I feel like a dum trying to talk politics sometimes, so I've been invited onto both, and I want to. I just don't feel like I'm good enough in that sphere. That's true, Static. We have two devils. We have Duke Devil and Devil Made Me Do It. So we've got sinners up in here. And you had on the oh god, what I'm forgetting his name now, but some of the Lovecraftian horror type people. Fuck, my brain is not working. It's because because of next week. I'm going on vacation. My brain is already tuned out.
When Fractured goes on holiday, he goes hard on holiday.
Kinda, yeah. But yeah, both shows are kind of spicy. Yeah.
Pre-game was pretty,
just in different ways.
Yeah, I had to turn the volume down. I was like, "Oh dear!"
I thought you had him on once. Why am I? Maybe I was just because I've been up since 2 a.m. So I was watching. God damn it! My brain is just not fucking working.
You got that 2 o'clock brain,
dude. It like normally I'm fired up. I'm ready to go. I'm usually all in.
Need your coffee.
I got an energy drink right now that I'm sucking down. So, but yeah. But no, Devil's Friday show. He does one. It's the open bar. Bill's a pub. Another good little they're late night, but good fun. But Static was saying did an interview with him though, talking about faith, and then I guess Sam works on Thursday nights. Okay. Sorry, like I said, 2 a.m. brain. Normally I'm fired up and I'm ready to go, but my brain has already left on vacation.
You're ready to go.
It's part of the thing I'm trying to get today.
When do you start? When do you start?
Tomorrow's the first day of vacation.
Let's go.
And then until Saturday. Until Saturday next week.
You do have vacation brain.
I do. It's right.
Yeah,
it's running wild on me, brother.
You don't like tomorrow's you don't work tomorrow. You're like your vacation starts tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, go get another energy. What are you doing? You better go pound through.
I'm working on one right now. I've got 2 4-packs in the fridge.
There you
I'm
go.
ready to go. I'm good.
Doing, wake it up. We got stuff to talk about. We got Stargate to watch.
We do. Stargate, I'm looking forward to. A little bit of a slower episode, but it's a good episode.
I forget which one is it tonight.
Cor-Ai.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I'm gonna say this really
slower than other episodes, but it's a good. It's still a good, strong, like story-centric episode.
You know, as I was driving home, I was like, well, what do I want to talk about on the show? Because we, you know, last week we talked about, you know, I started the status of like the film and, well, I would say film industry, but movie making and show making.
Right.
And
I thought that was great.
I just still.
It's still on
the
brain.
Irritated. Yeah, I still get irritated with it because, you know, like I told you, I'm watching, and Bradley's gonna kill me. But I'm watching Star Trek, like I told you, the next generation.
Yeah, Next Generation.
And this is, and I will go on record, and this is the first. And I wish Tim was listening and Tuscan was here, because I never thought in all my time on this planet that I'd been able to hold consciousness. You know, knowing Star Wars and everything, I never thought
Star Trek.
I never thought I'd watch it, right? Like truly sit down and watch. Like I never thought I'd watch it, but I also never thought I'd actually enjoy it, and I never thought I would say anything nice about Star Trek, right? Because forever it was like
every time we brought it up, you were so vehemently against it.
Well, here's the thing. I'll tell you this. There's a video out there. It was a wedding at the San Diego Comic-Con. I'm assuming there was some wedding where it was a Star Wars themed wedding. Everybody was dressed up as Jedis and the, you know, bride and groom, whatever. And then as the bride's walking to the groom, you see this character that's dressed up as Spock, and he's flipping everybody off to each aisle. This is, I think, an outdoor venue, but he's going down and he's flipping everybody off. And the Jedis, they had real lightsabers, and they chased this boy, I think, all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge.
Now, bear with me here. Could there have been the possibility that might have been a bit of kayfabe there, and they were just having fun?
I don't think so. It was
part of the wedding. Just playing devil's advocate here.
No, because nobody would do that. It doesn't make any sense. They wouldn't be. Yeah, they wouldn't be invited.
Well, just for fun, just for a laugh. Because
listen, let me tell you something.
Everybody knows there's that rift between the Trekkies and the Wars fans and everything. So
if they weren't,
they're having a bit of a laugh.
Okay. I'll say if they weren't trying to kill the guy with their lightsabers, maybe, but they were chasing them with their lightsabers. So I don't know. To your point, this guy if the com was going on and he knew about it, then yeah, maybe the Trekkies got involved. Because listen, if there was to be, I'm not gonna say that, like, I don't know. There's a civil war there. Like, there's no okay, Tim and Tuscan. And possibly, well, here's the thing. Tim and Tuscan were the first two people outside, before I knew that you like Star Trek, or the first two people that I realized that actually had a love of both, right? And then I met I haven't met Bradley, but introduced to, Bradley. And then I always, my belief was like, you did it, like, no, you Star Trek, or you're Star Trek, or you're Star Wars. You're Biggie, or you're Tupac, right? you're a smoothie or you're a shake guy. Like there's no, like, you don't mix, right? It's like cops and firemen, right? Like you don't, it's that divide, and you don't divide. You don't listen. You don't intermix
between the two.
You don't intermix with with people outside your people, right? You don't do that. It's not.
Are you allowed to intermix peanut butter and chocolate?
No, absolutely not. What are you talking about?
So you don't like Reese's? How dare you? Reese's is some of the best candy out there.
I eat the peanut butter and then I throw the chocolate away. No, but no, yeah. So you say it could be kayfabe? I don't know, dude. But they were chasing that dude hard.
Just throwing it out there. You never know.
No, I don't know. But no, I didn't think you could. I didn't think you could do both, right? So, but watching Star Trek, I will say I give it high praise. And I genuinely mean that. Like, and we've talked, like, I need you to just you're on vacation. I need you to watch it with me. I need you to buck up and just get hold of, who we've talked to, And the dark side of the force is a pathway to many abilities. I'm considered to be a master. I need you to just do it and watch it. It is like
all right.
I've never led you astray purposely.
I will do it.
Right, but it's fantastic, and for a couple of reasons why it's fantastic. One, I think so far I can only speak to season 1 and the first 2 episodes of 2.
See, that just is what amazes me. You're getting through season 1 and you're still saying
it's fantastic. Hear me out, man. You have this show, right? 1987, ran for 7 years. To me, this is like the what you see for that day and age, right? The passion, just it's like it's so refreshing to see actual sets. It's so refreshing to see people that spent the time to create costumes, and it's very reminiscent of what Lucas did. It's very reminiscent of the Jim Henson company. It's and maybe I'm an old cogger, but there was passion there. You don't see that today. We watch Mandalorian, and it's literally it's practical effects with this doll on a fishing line,
and maybe some 3D printed work, and they just did a quick spray paint on a few things, and nothing looks lived in or anything.
And why? There's absolutely no excuse for laziness in 2024.
Well, and actually, that's kind of where did I see it? Hang on. I don't know if it was Tim or if it was Laura that posted a great image where it was.
I will say this: they are so concerned with pushing their ESG, their Luciferian doctrine. They're so focused on pushing and indoctrinating these people, these kids, and everybody with their message that they push, and they have lost all care and passion for creating good content. They're so focused on getting the hook into your children and getting you to believe what they believe that they don't even care about what they're producing. Right. They care more about the message. And if you disagree with me, let's go to every single show that we have reviewed, and let's look and compare the show, the graphics, Jake Hitman is more cost effective to do CGI and not have puppets. Well, whatever, man. That's fine. I refuse to believe that, man, because George did it, Jim Henson did it. There's no people are gonna in this day and age are gonna like the puppets. People who watch that, if you did that, the kids would think that it's just trash. Whatever the excuse is, man. But the point
beg to differ, but
no, the point is that I don't have any facts, but I would like to assume that maybe to shoot one episode of Star Trek Next Generation maybe took a week, or maybe I don't know. I don't know if it was bi-weekly. I don't know what the episodic timeline was of this, but you could tell that people were bought into this, huh?
Yeah,
people were bought in. There was a passion. It is absolutely fantastic and refreshing to see this, and it's so sad that I have to go back to a show that was created in 1987 to get that. It is so sad that I have to go back to 1997 with Stargate. Well, Stargate was 90. Is it 97? 94?
Yeah, for the 94? Show itself. Yeah.
Was it 97?
And then they kind of retconned a few things. Well, no. They just made it within the timeline proper.
When did Stargate come out? Was it 97?
Stargate SG-1 or
yes, SG-1. SG-1
Okay, hang on. SG-1.
97. I think it was 97.
It was 97. You were right. 97. You were right.
It's so sad that we have to go back 30 years, 25 years. No, it wasn't even that, because Attack of the Clones came out 20 years ago, right? Oh, I'm not good at math.
Neither am I. I went to California public schools.
No, you poor thing. Yeah. Turned out okay.
2002 for Attack of the Clones.
So go back 30 years, whatever it was, to find good shows. And you can make the argument that well, Hitman, they probably were pushing stuff back then. Well, fine. You could probably make that argument, but it wasn't. I think,
I do. But I think it is people. The chat was saying last week too, is that there was also a passion to tell a story.
It was.
While I see a lot of it still is there was also the desire to subvert culture and stuff like that. There was also good people that were wanting to That is where I'm trying to lead more into. Like, there was people that wanted to tell a good story.
I'm not disagreeing with you that there wasn't.
It is funny, like you say, that we have to go, and I wish this is kind of the thing too. It's like, I wish more people would take that attitude to go back to old shows, to revisit old shows, to watch the stuff in your case you haven't watched,
right?
Because you kick myself on it, you avoided it, you whatever. And I wish that was more the mentality, because I think that would be the much bigger sign and middle finger to the industry and stuff like that. That would be showing people are walking away 100%.
Well, I hold you personally responsible for not telling me about Stargate and Next Generation. So you were
first so focused on Star Wars.
I know. I'm being cheeky, but no, seriously, it's like there is no excuse. There is no excuse for the laziness in 22. Oh my goodness, there is no excuse. I'm talking like I meant Star Trek. There's no excuse to have the type of laziness that we're seeing in 2024. There's absolutely no reason with the technology that we have, and maybe I'm contradicting myself because I'm talking about technology and then we're talking about puppets and all that stuff. But the point I'm trying to make is there is no excuse for the laziness, right? Where did we go wrong from what we had in hell? I'll even, pardon my French, I'll even go back to the original trilogy of Star Trek, because as corny as people might think that acting is, it was still fantastic, and it told a story. People made this stuff there. The argument is like, well, they didn't have the means to make stuff today that they could have back then, right? But they still made every prop.
Yeah, and I think that was people working within their means and trying to make something look as.
But why is it that they can tell a story
that they had?
Why is it that they can tell a story back in 1960? Why can they tell a story in 1997? And what we get today is Andor trying to spend 6 episodes trying to find his sister, and this dude eating Captain Crunch all berry cereal.
Well, and I would also say that, oh crap. Yeah. So, they are working within those limitations of like their budgets, making those kind of, you can say, cheesy looking sets and stuff like that. I think that's where then, some of the writing for some of those episodes had to be like a lot stronger for old TV, because that was kind of then the meat and bones of it, to kind of, I don't know if I'd say want to divert people's attention away from some of the older set looks and stuff, from those set looks and stuff like that. But, but
it's even, like I said, I'm not a Star Trek connoisseur. I'm not knowledgeable. I'm trying to learn about it, right? But even take Abrams movies.
Oh God, those are trash.
Like, but that's the point I'm trying to make, right? Because I grew up watching the original trilogy. I probably haven't watched all 7 seasons or 7 seasons. I'm sorry, but I remember watching them. But watching like Next Generation, like, where do they go wrong? How can you tell this story? And again, I only have 1 season of it, right? 1 season of the story, right? But how can you go from this? In my opinion, in my humble opinion, you go from this gold mine, which is Next Generation. Again, Tuska's in the chat. Wonderful. To like what Abrams did, right? So what was the story they were telling? Because from my limited knowledge, Captain Kirk was top of his class, was the guy that beat the Kobayashi Maru. And then in this movie, he's a drunk kid that got in a fight in a bar in Iowa and got his own ship.
Well, that's like that's part of like, Jar Jar Abrams wanting to start things fresh for himself, because that was even like what I
idiocracy. That's stupid.
And that's what I heard about him in with Star Wars. He wanted to basically reboot things there too,
because he defecated on Star Trek, though,
quote unquote, to the Star Wars lore. So he does shit like this, and all it does is cause problems. Because I remember for myself, I remember watching the 2009 Star Trek initially. I was like, oh, that wasn't so bad. I'm like, you know what I need to do? I need to actually go back and actually give the series a good shot, because I got to understand why people are pissed, right? And this is something that also a lot of people need to do more too, is understand why some people are fucking pissed off at like lore destruction and stuff like that. I'm looking at you, people that have watched Fallout. and are liking it for some ungodly reason, even though you were pissed off at Amazon for the destruction of Rings of Power. Anyways, I went back, I watched Star Trek, the original series, back from start to finish. I love the shit out of it. I'm like, I get it. It was a complete bastardization of Star Trek, what Jar Jar did. It helped me understand what happened. So, because for normie like myself, just watching that movie initially, like, well, it's stupid, but it's got the action. It kind of does things a little funny, and he kind of looks like a good Spock.
So I guess two questions. One, when did we become lazy? And two, when did we just decide to we're just going to put this into your face. We're going to fire hose this. We're going to push what we believe down your throat through this show that you're going to watch, right? And you're going to watch it either one because you like it, or two, you're going to be like Babyface and you're going to watch it and review it. But how do you go from original trilogy to Next Generation to what Abrams did? Is this guy is he not a Star Trek guy? I guess to Duke Devil's point, he was more Star Wars, but how do you do that? This is just straight defecation on the it's no different. I shouldn't be getting mad, right? Because we've seen it with Star Wars, but I guess now that I'm watching Star Trek, it's like you have spread your butt cheeks and you have defecated on everything that Roddenberry created. Again, I'm talking from this point of view. I am talking from a perspective of I know about not even 0.2% of what Star Trek is, right? All my knowledge that I have
you're still learning.
That's very limited, right? But I can tell you that I've watched Abrams move. I watched the first one. I saw the Wrath of Khan. I watched the Wrath of Khan, and it just appears from what I can understand that it's just straight defecation of the character. And you cannot sit there and make the argument like, well, Abrams wanted to do his own thing. No, I'm not talking about you. Make the argument that he wanted to do his own thing. Well, that's so stupid because you have bastardized the character. You've turned him into a smart, intelligent, top of the class of Starfleet to a drunk Iowan. You're basically, just a drunk kid from Iowa getting from a farm, getting in a fight with
with other. Oh, great, we're fighting the drunks now.
And then he's rewarded with a ship. He's rewarded with the creme de la creme of the Starfleet's pièce de la résistance, like the greatest ship in Starfleet history.
Oh my god!
What do I get if I go downtown and start a fight at a bar? What do I get from it? Am I going to get rewarded? Are they going to give me a Bugatti? It's just so stupid. I don't get it. And people I don't. It's one. People are like, well, it's a refreshing take, or they're just so blinded to see that this is just utter destruction of.
Okay,
it's the same. 20 seconds, and I'll give you the bridge, the con.
No problem.
I know I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I want to catch up with the chat really quick.
Okay.
So we had BD Jake that came in and said, like the damn stream and subscribe, nerds. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Hope you're still hanging out. Red Hoodwink says, I feel like my friends would do that just to get a laugh out of me. He was that was in reference to you mentioning the wedding and the Trekkie trolling the wedding with the Star Wars people. Mm-hmm. And then Red Hoodwink says, "What the fuck, Hitman? Who are you?" This is I believe to you admitting you've been watching Star Trek.
Oh, yeah.
Tuscan Bob coming in. Hello, sir. Great to have you here. Saying, in order to watch old series back in the day, you had to spend over $100 to buy DVD sets. Yeah, they were, and you get good sets now. Spartacus, who says, I bought the Stargate Blu-ray collection. Nice. I got to do the same thing. Star Wars Marvel purist, how's it going? Saying, hail the Fractured Filter and Jay Hitman. What's up, chat? Yeah. Red Hoodwink says, spend 6 episodes looking for his sister, only to be told she doesn't matter. He told she doesn't matter at the start. Fuck Andor. Hate that show. I don't get it. Tuscan Bob then also said they tried to make Star Trek into Space Fast and Furious. Retarded idea. Actually, that's very good comparison. Yeah, it is. We're missing the whole thing about my family. Dentus and Bob said they hate Rings of Power because the master of bobblehead says so. Lots of subscribers means you are correct. And isn't that funny how that works? Just by subscriber base, so it means you have the more moral authority over what is good, what is bad. It's like, no, fuck off. You need to actually view things with more of a critical lens than fuck off. Red Hoodwink says no one puts themselves in other people's shoes to figure out why someone may be mad. Just too much to think about, I guess. Well, like people were acting like, why are you just blowing up about this show for Fallout? They're doing everything right or whatever. It was like, no, you don't understand. They've changed, and this is where I make the point is the tone of Fallout changed with Bethesda and everything. Like Fallouts 1 and 2 in particular were very dark, grim game settings and stuff like that. Yes, like 2 brought in a lot of like kind of pop culture-y references, but that was like very one-off, and they were much more like Easter eggy, but they still fit decently within the world. But that was just it. They weren't like the main fitting of the games. They were just kind of there just to kind of give you a bit of that to then move on. Because it was funny, they had like you in Fallout 2 you could run into a TARDIS, you can run into a crashed Starship Enterprise shuttle and just some other stuff, but like the main setting of the game itself was very grim and everything like that. And then with Bethesda that came along, they leaned in heavy on the whole 50s setting. They had the whole like in Fallout New Vegas, even too. Obsidian did this with like the whole like you're going up against like a Rat Pack trio, 50s style, almost singers and stuff like it. They leaned when it was this mostly. I'm trying to remember just the exact kind of wording on how to describe it, but like it was it just kind of wiped it away from what Fallout was. And from what I understand, the show's leaning just as heavy into that. And they've also retconned some shit because even Todd Howard said the show is canon. So, and it's supposed to be their Fallout 6 while Todd and Bethesda works on Fallout 5. Fuck that show. Tuscan Bob. So, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, so I was taking you don't like the Fallout show?
I haven't even watched it. I'm not going near it. I don't care. Although it just pisses me off. People are not paying attention to what's actually going on.
I thought maybe we could review it with Stargate. Ugh.
No thanks. Tuscan Bob said, "You know what's worse than JJ? Jonathan Frakes, William Riker, selling his soul to direct modern Star Trek. Ugh. Can't believe that Abrams didn't know what the fuck he was doing." He says, but William T. Riker fucking knows better and doesn't even care. That's the sad thing. Well, yeah, and like you said, same for Putrid Stewart. Yeah, I mean, it was the Picard show. Like all they did was go hard in on I'm just basically cashing a check from the sounds of it. And I don't care what they'll try and say, my third season and all that, but like it just sounds like that's all they were doing was just cashing in a paycheck anyways. Red Hoodwink says, no, that was to the peanut butter and chocolate comment. Oh, okay. I don't even know you, Hitman.
Oh, I was like, okay.
Static saying, I finished the Fallout series. It would be way better if it didn't kiss so much commie ass. Wow. I'm not surprised, but wow. I mean, I would say, yeah, that's what a shame. So without watching it, what is going on? I've just heard about what Shock talked about in his video with the retconning of the NCR, even though they're taking place in the midst of California for that show. And I mean, was watching one reviewer's video, and he was pointing out the ridiculousness of a pregnant woman who gets stabbed in the eye, yet she goes Rambo. And I'm like, the same people that are apparently, globbing all over this is the same people that were also making fun of Wolfenstein 2 when they had the topless pregnant woman going dual machine guns on a bunch of Yahtzees. So, and she wasn't even wounded. But this bitch gets stabbed in the eye, and you're telling me she's gonna be able to do that? And from my understanding, that the main girl is potentially a bit of a Mary Sue, but that I guess is debated. Then you had the Transformer character, which I'm sorry, you're not gonna have in the post-apocalyptic wastes. There aren't going to be those types of people because survival is key. And also, there was a woman leading the Raiders, which, yeah, the Raiders in what I knew for Fallout original lore would have either sold her ass into slavery or used her like a sex doll and then, was done with her. It would not be leading a whole group of crazed, violent psychopaths. No matter what you try to claim, was able to pull over on that one. No matter how, no, that doesn't fly, brother. Kind of like, I get wrapped up in it, Tuscan, Bob. What can I say? He says, you guys are still operating under the delusion that logic and reasoning matter. Ha, that is so cute. Listen. I got nothing. I guess this is my brain just automatically goes there. It's like, well, why isn't it this way? But I believe me, like he's spitting some more. Here's the truth about all these reviewers. Only the facts that support their like or dislike of a show matter. And they only matter for that specific show. So, like, I think because I look at it through my frame of lens of like, I am somebody that will just I say I'm honest to the point of stupidity. Like, I'll be blunt and I'll be honest. I mean, you've heard me at work occasionally when I talk to people and everything. Like, I will tell them what I think about, like, if I happen to be talking about a video game or a TV show, I'll tell them what it is, like the way I see it generally.
Yeah.
And so I get that, yes, that delusional idea that, hey, why aren't other people actually being honest with either themselves or whatever? But you have to realize, like, when you're within this sphere too, is that they are either playing to their audience, they're playing up a character, or all these different factors for it, and not just being honest with themselves. And I think that's even like what like kind of got brought up too once the whole Sweet Baby Inc. stuff was really kicking off. And I was talking with Melee K, and like she'd point out, you can't tell who's being legitimate, who's really wanting to kick back, and who's just here for the quick grift to get that those YouTube bucks, and then move on from there. You don't know, it's that tough game of knowing who's legitimate and who's not, sort of thing. So yeah, I guess that's kind of how I look at it. But there was something you were talking about earlier that I wanted to tap into, and now even I forgot what the hell it was.
I said a lot.
We've both said a lot now. I don't know if it was having to do with Star Trek or not. God, I hate that. That's why I need to write stuff down occasionally, especially when I want to make a particular point. Anyway, yeah.
It's just crazy to see that we have to go back to 30 years to watch a show that has a story. And that, like I said, I haven't watched every single show out there that's been produced from 97 to 2024, but generally
Yeah.
speaking, I'm pretty confident in saying that, like, if we reviewed multiple shows that have recently been released, I would probably say it's a pretty safe bet to assume that it's really not a good story being told, or any story being told, or you have to sit down and figure out the story yourself, like we had to do in Andor.
Yeah. That's kind of the funny thing too. Is like, I've heard people talk about, shame can be a powerful thing and stuff like that. And, hey, sometimes you do have to shame some people. And I do agree. Sometimes shame is a very powerful tool. But I think it does, for one, it does have to be used a little bit appropriately. But at the same time, it's like, but then, when it comes to stuff like this, when people are shilling so fucking hard for these garbage shows or garbage video games or whatever, you do have to leverage a bit of that. Because, and I will say, it's like, after a time, it's like, yeah, you can. I like, trying to think of the right way to articulate this. But listening to Tim on the spacing and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, you can cover these shows and everything, but you're still it. And I don't necessarily go on the whole hate watching sort of thing. Like, people do whatever people do, but still, it's like, it really does at the end of the day come down to the fact that one way or another you are giving these things attention, good or bad, and it can be debated on what real effect people like the YouTubers have on whether or not people are watching or not. Because I think for a good portion, like, a lot of times people are bowing. The normie crowds will bow out on their own. And that's why some things have just finally just started crumbling. I don't think it's from the words of a lot of these people. It's just their own, like, fuck it, I'm out. And because the people are just getting tired of being preached at, like you brought up. Yeah. People are just tired of it. Get that so in your face messaging, and yeah. So I think that's what also it was part of what spurred my decision. And where it's like, yes, I could say I am sailing the seas watching these episodes of Andor or whatever, right? But at the end of the day, one way or another, we're talking about it, we're throwing it in the algorithm, we're giving it attention and all that sort of shit. And I think that's what it just helps spur me and go, you know what? I think this is where I am, just happy to be just like walk away back to where I kind of was, because I was done with Star Wars initially. I was like, but I like the idea of trying to rip into it and having another kind of stance against all the Disney shows in particular. But after a time, you do have to kind of go, nah, I think I'm not exactly. I think it would be better to, like it is in our instance, decide to watch an older show, watch something good, actually talk about something good. Yes, we can go over the topics of the week or whatever's going on in the pop culture sphere, and we've gone over this, but just kind of act, and not just talk about it, but actually do something about it. Like it's so like us doing these watch parties for Stargate SG-1. I think the right way. The things more and more people should actually be doing it that claim they are so fed up with the new Hollywood, new comic books, new whatever. Half the time, even though they say that, they're still bitching. They're still only bitching about the new shit. They aren't often enough talking about the old positive stuff that people could be going back to. And I think that's like I think Tim calls it the alternative factory. No, I think that was it. where he gives a recommendation of like an old movie or something like that, book, whatever, to recommend to people to go and watch, to go and read, or whatever. I think that's a great way to do it. Also, giving people those alternative things, as it is.
It's just sad that like I guess it's a 50-50, I think, split down the middle. It's sad that like one, we'll never get, I believe we're never going to get any good I don't believe that we'll get a good show going forward. I don't think we'll get a good show. Let me retract my statement. I don't believe that we're going to get a show that is on the same level of, Stargate, Next Generation, original trilogy. I just don't think we will. Right. And you ask me why? Well, the blueprint was established for Lord of the Rings, right? And they did Rings of Power. They could have waited. They weren't going to get the rights, right? Tolkien felt like wasn't going to sell, but they could have waited to.
It was locked into different companies, I believe. Right. That was a big issue there too.
They could have played the long game, right? And
waited,
built something over a period of time, and released a fantastic show, right? Pete, you have the following. The following's there, right? You could have done something amazing with it. You didn't, right? And we got a crap show. I didn't watch it, but from what I've heard, it was absolutely terrible. They once again, the powers that be have defecated on these characters, and they have subliminally, I don't know if subliminally is the right word, but they have they have pushed, they have pushed the message they want to push. There's a crap show. We've seen it with Disney. Every single Star Wars show that we have gotten, there is no excuse why it should not have been fantastic. It should not have been. There should be no reason why it should not have, came close to the bar that George set. Right? Why? Well, you had Kathleen Kennedy and you had Filoni, both claim to have worked with George for years. There's absolutely no reason. But what did we get? We didn't even get a subpar. We got crap thrown. I'd rather take crap thrown on the wall, man, right? Because 9 out of 10 times, that might be an exaggeration. At least throwing crap on a wall, there's the potential that something's going to stick. None of these shows stuck. Not a single one. Maybe Book of Boba, just because it's hilarious, and I have a soft spot for Book of Boba.
Always Book of Boba, fucking hell.
No, ask the question, man. What story did it tell? How many times do we sit there and try to figure out what were they trying to accomplish? What were they like? Where was the next episode going to go? Right. You can say, oh, well, you do that with other shows. Well, this one I had to literally sit down and draw out with my crowns and my construction paper where this episode was going to go. Because that's how, and I used a crown and construction paper because that's how these shows made me feel. Like my brain went to that of a child. Incomprehensible. They're crap shows. There's no excuse. There's no excuse under the sun that you can give me that would justify these shows that are coming out. There's none.
Well, I like to see what Tusk Bob said. He said, "There's an easy way to tell a you-boob video game liar. Do they pre-order games? If yes, then liar."
Well, that's a
very cut and dry way of doing it, and I like it.
But that's what Babyface did. Did he not?
The Starfield, yeah. Red Hoodwing says, "Use it like Game of Thrones did. That'll teach him." Oof, yeah. That turned quick too. Static saying there are a ton of channels doing that. I mean, there's a good mixture, I'm sure, but it's like, for all the spheres that want to talk about it though and want to claim what they're doing, they don't often follow up though. I mean, that's what you want to. Dirty Neo, hey man, how's it going? He says, I do that, and I had a lot of fun talking with you about old video games and just the passion and love about it. I can be positive. You get me on a good topic like that, and I had fun doing that, man. When we had that stream together, it was fun. Red Hoodwing says, Book of Boba Fett told us that spinning is a good trick. They helped reaffirm that Anakin was right. I'll try spinning. That's a good move. Yeah. Nerdy Neo says, I haven't pre-ordered since 2014. I think that sounds about right for me as well. Although, hang on, let me. Uh, thinking. Yeah, the last game I remember really pre-ordering was Watch Dogs, and that was 2014. I had to look it up really quick. It's like, when did that game come out? But yeah, otherwise, I too have just been like, nah. I'll wait. Basically, the old wait and see. Wait to see what crops up, especially when I started shifting more and more to Steam. Wait and see what pops up for if they have de novo, what kind of settings they have on that, what kind of goofy day one DLCs and crap like that is suddenly being talked about. You got to wait for certain reports like that to drop, and then like decide if you want to even purchase the game or to say fuck it, nah, not going near it. And then you also wait and see what any brainlet freaking like community manager will pull. I'm looking at you, Helldivers. But not holding my breath for any action to really take place there. Oh, yeah, that's right. You were talking about earlier. I just remembered now. You were talking about earlier, like the passion and the way people are putting in building sets and stuff like that for those old TV shows and everything. Well, I found OG Star Wars had retweeted this shared photo from Mark Anthony Austin on X. It's this here, old George with a stormtrooper here. I don't know how well everyone else can really see this. I don't know if that helps blow it up a little bit. I have it full screen, basically full screen on mine. But I mean, you just look at like just the nitty gritty detail on the stormtrooper himself. And it's not showing my cursor, but like you just like look at the dirt, the grime, everything, even on the insides of the arm piece here, and just along the waist, and just the dirt and grime that you actually see. And this actually seems like armor that has been lived in, armor that's he's actually been out there in the desert for however long trying to find these goddamn droids. And you see the detail, you see the time and effort put into stuff like this, because they're like you were making the point earlier, is that there was a passion for this stuff once upon a time. And that's something that what especially annoyed the shit out of me when even Force Awakens first dropped. And yes, they had their dented armor and stuff like that, but it was all like pristine, polished looking. There was none of this rustic, like this was actual armor they had been wearing for a long godforsaken time.
Yeah.
And on top of wanting to tell a good story and stuff like that, yeah, that's where it was. But I thought I just remembered, oh yeah, I had that pulled up for a reason. But yeah, just things like that, man. It's, and we've talked about it before, the lack of passion. People just want either Star Wars, they want Star Trek, or whatever. They want the name of the prestige that name gives on their resumes, just to say, hey, look, I worked on this. I worked on this big franchise. Give me a job.
I'm fully convinced that there may be people out there. No, I do believe that there are people out there that they could hire, that could could tell really good stories in regards to Star Trek and Star Wars, right? The problem is that, one, they won't do it, and two, they're convinced that what they can write is going to be better and supersede the original content, or they are fearful, or there's a fear that they'll never measure up to it. So I just don't know. I think, what honestly my gut tells me, I think they hate the people that created it, and they are hell bent on destroying it, because whatever they produce, they have a fan base, albeit being small in like maybe not small, but albeit they have a fan base, so they don't care. There's no care because people are going to buy it up.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what it is. My gut tells me that they just don't care, and they think that what they create is far superior. In reality, to those of us who are not blind, it is trash. But I have a real hard time though, man. Recently, I've had a real hard time defending Star Wars. Like the whole thing, this whole George Lucas thing has really hit me. It has, dude. It's really messed with me mentally. We've spent 105. Well, not 105. We spent last,
Good chunk,
100 episodes defending it. But it's like how again, like I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but like how can you and why should you defend? I'm not going to say why should you, but how can you defend the very thing that the guy himself sold out on? And again, I said this last show. I'll say it again. I don't know if he wrote those letters. Maybe he didn't. Maybe it was his wife. I don't know. Right?
Right.
So,
No, I understand. I understand where you're coming from with that. It is tough. I think I just make I just try and make such a clear separation now. Not only that, it's like that was that. Basically, that was then. This is now.
I just wonder.
There was a different mentality, and that is the main.
I just wonder.
Material I prefer to go to read and stuff like that. Well, like I guess you could say I'm just following along with it, but it's like like Tim and Laura point out, it's like that's the George Lucas Star Wars, and then what we've got now and what's going on now is all the Disney Star Wars. There's the separation between the two. That's why it's like it's the Disney trilogy, not the sequel trilogy. It's the Disney trilogy. And I'm very much in agreement with that. So that's where I separate out the two, and this is called, what we had is there. It's still great. It's still something we can go to. Still a wealth of material to go through, to get through, and all that. While now it's just like, hey, you don't have to pay attention to the new crap that they're funneling out, and they can say whatever the hell they want to try and justify or prop it up or whatever. It don't mean squat to what we already got.
I'm gonna ask a question.
I ignore freaking the Clone Wars, Filoni's Clone Wars. It doesn't exist in my book.
So I'm gonna ask two questions. One, and this could just not be logical, but one, could George doing what he did, about whatever he said in the letter, agreeing with whatever it was, does that? I'm going to get cut asking this question, but I'm going to ask it regardless. So we know that we have always believed that there's a difference between the Star Wars that George created and the Star Wars that Disney carried on, right?
Right.
But could you make the argument that if George is defending Disney, could Disney be actually carrying on what George Lucas intended? Does that make sense? Could Disney Star Wars, what they've created, actually be what George envisioned? I'm going to say it's probably not, because I've heard Laura enough and it contradicts EU and everything. But
they would have to essentially erase their own works and say we are rebooting.
But why?
We're booting all of our stuff, but then like I've talked about is that them retconning anything of their own, unless to try and prop it up, would be them admitting that they were wrong, and they will never admit that they were wrong about anything.
Maybe my question didn't make sense, but why if there's a distinct difference between what George created and what Disney has done, why would George do what he did? He's basically like he's. Whatever he said, like he's essentially like, and I'm not the smartest crown in the tool shed, right? But him doing what he did he just not defend Disney? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
like he buried them at that one time of saying how they've gone off in their own. I mean, I guess it's kind of almost a neutral way of like going, like you said, they've gone off on a different path, entirely different from my mindset or whatever, but his his 6 movies are his philosophy, his, you know, so
him doing what he did, in my mind, he gave heart, he gave, in my mind, and this, I could be wrong, and I will eat crow if I am, but him giving approval, him selling out to Disney or whatever, doing whatever he did, in my mind, he has now given hearty approval for everything they've done.
Right.
By default. You defending them, you've now basically said, I don't have any qualms with what they did. Now that may be, now there's other people that could argue against it, and I'm welcome to hear those arguments. But in my mind, if you don't agree with what Disney's doing, you should not, like, if Disney is his only income, I get whatever, like, you, I guess, can make that argument, well, that's his only income, but still, if you disagree with what they're doing, keep your money, and I want your socks to burn, right? I don't want any of your blood money, because essentially that's what it is blood money. Everything that Disney has, this with the subliminal messaging, everything that they're pushing, everything they're doing, like him defending that for a paycheck, that's blood. You're taking blood money, and you've given hearty approval to everything Disney has done since you sold in 2012. I could be wrong. Help me, or before we go on to the next thing, argue against me. Help me understand. Like, and if there's anybody in the chat that has anything to try, like, wants to chime in and help me understand this, like, in my mind, like, he, like, essentially he sold out. That's just my interpretation of it.
I mean, like it's been pointed out, you know, he made the comments too about Disney and the whole, you know, I sold it to white slavers, but then he eventually walked that back too, and however way he did, and so he should have held strong and been like, yeah, fuck these people. But you know, he's bowed the knee a couple of times, so it's probably for some one way too many. Tuscan Bob here saying alternative way to look at it, Iger was the lesser of two evils between him and Nutty Putz.
Who's Nutty Putz? Help me.
Oh God, I'm trying to remember the full name of that proper name. Give me the name again, Tuscan Bob, because I know who you're talking about, but because there's another guy that's been vying for power, I guess, for some of the stuff over Disney and Marvel and stuff like that. And I don't recall the guy's name, but for now, Red Hoodwink says they will never say they were wrong. They want to believe that they are, quote unquote, fixing the old that didn't need it in the first. You hear, quote unquote, fixing a lot from the TCW crowd. Yes. Yeah. And that is entirely incorrect. Nelson Peltz is who's
Nelson Peltz. There's a clip. Can you pull Discord? There's a clip that I put in the show notes about floating. I think it'd probably be an interesting clip to play on this topic. I think it's in there. It should be in there.
Is that the one with the Clone Wars motion? The or is that a different one?
No, that's a different one. It's Filoni himself talking about canon.
That's the record straight on what canon is.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're referring to? Okay.
I think it's just interesting.
Oh God, I can't. He's one of those people that has a very punchable face. Okay, here we go. Refresh.
That the film were the only thing that he considered canon. There's this notion that everything changed and when everything became legends, and I can see why people think that. You know, having worked with George, I can tell you that it was always very clear, and he made it very clear, that the films and the TV shows were the only thing that he considered canon. That was it. Mm-hmm. So everything else was a world of fun ideas, exciting characters, great possibilities, but the EU was created to explore all those things. And I know, and I fully respect people's opinion about it, that some of the material said the next canon part of it.
And I'd say more than anything, like
from the filmmaking world that I was brought into, the TV series, the films were it. Mm-hmm. They were set in stone. It was so it was not a big change for me when everyone was saying everything's legend status now.
Is that it, or is he?
No. Towards if we're going to create something we should check and see if it existed already to the fans.
Yeah.
Because it has way more value if we bring that in. And it's like, why would I just replace it with something new?
He did.
The films?
Yeah, he did constantly. No, and a lot is.
So if that's true, if let's just say for sake of argument, if that's true,
right,
then that means everything that Filoni has done is contradictory what Lucas believed, or no? Am I understanding this wrong?
No, because they're keeping it within the realms of movies and TV. While
George never said that.
He's saying no. I mean, if anything, Lucas himself was when he said the 6 movies are his. His philosophy is that you could take more as
literal.
But even George has acknowledged the whole. That the story was told with the Skywalker family from father to son to grandchildren, which was referring to God damn it, the twins, the Luke and Leia, Jaina Solo and Jason, Anakin Solo, Ben Skywalker, the proper Ben Skywalker.
Yeah.
And that's what he was referring to when he brought that up. So, it's such a muddied situation, but there was definitely
Am I wrong in my assessment?
An awareness that needed to be kept for canon and continuity here and there between not only the movies, but going into the books. And like people pointed out multiple times, Lucas referenced in the prequel trilogy, especially the expanded universe content that was being made at the time. We did have, and even Mara does make an appearance in the original trilogy through
am I wrong in my assessment? Him doing what he did he sell out? Or am I wrong? What other option is there? If it's not selling out, what was it? What is it?
By him making that statement for the whole stockholder thing?
If it's not selling out, if it's not bending the knee, if it's not just appeasement, what is it?
And
because it can't just be him. It can't just be him.
It could be to what Tuscan Bob was saying. It's the lesser of two evils between Iger and Nelson Peltz. And part of the explanation that Lucas was giving was that Iger has more quote unquote experience with the media and entertainment industry, while Peltz does not.
Do you think that we would have got anything worse from Peltz? Do you think that we would? It's hard. It's this speculation.
No, I'm not super aware on the guy myself.
I don't think. I don't know how you could do worse than.
I know some people really champion him, and some people are like, "No, this guy." Like Tuscan Bob says, he's nutty putts.
Well, who out there has held Iger in esteem? I haven't heard anything. I mean, on our side of the fence,
probably just the Disney shills, but
right.
Otherwise, no one on quote unquote our side.
But here's the thing, though. Even by default, if you say, "Well, I just chose the lesser of two evils," you're still. I just don't see how you can argue against it. I don't see it. Oh, it's lesser of two evils. Well, then you shouldn't have sold it. If you knew both were evil, shouldn't have sold it. Should have just kept it.
You should have kept it and sat on it, and maybe just let you keep writing books and comic books.
You could have done that. You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it. And any other movie, you could have just sat on it, and we wouldn't have dealt with this crap because nobody would have had the rights. So to say, well, it's less, and I'm I understand what Tuscan's saying, but to say this lesser of two evils, well, you still did it, right? And if you hadn't, then I don't think we would have had any of this ridiculousn's. We would not have had Ahsoka. We would not have had, what's the guy's name? Kyle Katarn. Oh no, I mean Andor. We wouldn't have had any of this.
Hey, Melee K, how's it going?
So
again, I like what Red Hoodwink here said. He says, though, by his logic, Tartakovsky's Clone Wars is canon. Doesn't his show contradict that? Which one is considered canon then, Filoni? Exactly. That's just it. Because yes,
And
Tartakovsky's Star Wars was a TV show at the
but I
it
would
was
assume that
the color
Tartakovsky's,
between
I
the
always
two.
get his, I can't pronounce the name, but wasn't his show a little bit better than?
And Tuscan Bob says, I mean, he literally sold out. He sold Lucasfilm. So,
I mean,
getting down to the nitty gritty, yes, he sold out.
I just don't buy the.
He sold out.
I don't buy the lesser of two evils. Like if you knew both were evil, then don't just sit on it. Again, it's in the past. Talking about it's not going to matter, but like,
Well, you're trying to get a little bit of clarity with it.
No, I do because like I said, like it just doesn't like you saying what you said. I just in my mind, man, like I've said multiple times, it's like you're. I think by de facto you're given hearty approval for everything they've done because you're defending them. In a sense, I guess I don't know. I could just be crazy. I'm not, like I said, I'm not as eloquent as Tuscan or Tim or Laura. Like I'm a nobody, man. I just give my opinion, and if people agree with it, great. And if you don't,
and I think it's part of like it is. You've said you've had such,
it's a slimy thing to do.
You were introduced very early on, and you had a passion for it, and you were
I'll say this, and we'll put it to bed.
You're a great defender of it, so you feel that a bit of a sense of betrayal.
Yeah, maybe? I'll say this,
and that's where it does kind of hit heavy.
In my mind, George did no different than what Mark Hamill did. He started like he sold out.
Right. Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
But yeah.
God, that was frustrating too. Fucking Hamill. But I mean, like I've then contended
because what he started out defending, and then
he went there to begin with to do that Disney trilogy. So, Tuscan Bob was saying the lesser of two evils was between Iger and Pelt's recent events not selling out in the first place. Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, he like you said, Bob. He sold out. He sold it to begin with, so that is by de facto selling out. Oh, it's unfortunate, but like I said, I think that's where the phrase, separating the art from the artist.
I need to find my old WWF sign that the "you sold out" sign. I have one of those somewhere. I think back when when the NWO sold out. Was it NWO? Or individual characters, you sold out, yeah. No, I don't. It doesn't matter.
WWF. I mean, depend because I know that the NWO did eventually have them in WWE or WWE.
It was WCW, and then they came to WWF.
Well, yeah, and they had the NWO sold out pay-per-view. So yeah, that was playing all on that whole gimmick. So.
I just would rather have, I guess, George come out and say, you know what, I'm making this statement because I want to protect my stocks because I need money, but I still think they're all a pile of crap, and I hate them all. But
I guess I just got nothing that I could really think to add.
Do you think it's blood money?
That he's taking this from Disney? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Disney is just another crooked, disgusting pile of mess, part of the Hollywood system that needs to go along with all the others, WB, Paramount, and all of them, because they're all guilty. They're all guilty of sin, of all wrongdoings of all kinds. No matter what you say, they all have to go. And this, I've said this before, is like, it's always been a disgusting, perverted world of Hollywood. So, it's it's been very much the big points that Greg and them have pointed out. It's like, yes, we can focus so much on Disney, but there are the others that are causing just as much harm to pop culture.
Oh, for sure.
As Disney. And I just, even though I don't know enough, but like it is like people said, DC has been wrecked harder than anything.
Than Marvel?
Comics. to some people's minds, yes, and I don't
think
like
Marvel's-
Superman- for like what's been done to Superman and everything. Yeah, especially
Are you
when
talking about within the comics?
yes.
Oh, for sure.
So
Well, I guess I can't. No, I can't. I can't speak on that because I don't read trash Marvel comics. But again, DC's equally trash right now. So, but yeah, Superman, absolutely, he's been. They all have, man. They've all been.
sadly, yeah.
They've all been destroyed. That
Static
Superman.
is asking, did you see the latest Bill Maher clip? I haven't watched it. I've just seen people sharing it around, so I have not watched it. People are saying that he's getting some points right. I don't know if it was shared in the DM group. Let me. Yeah, and like talking about here says Star Trek is worse off than Star Wars. That's been another point. 8-minute clip. Is it so you're talking about Static? You're talking about the one that was shared in the DM group. For weekend pregame, isn't it? Yeah, the one that you put in there. I guess I could have a listen to this. Oh, okay. You're saying I wasn't saying watch the whole thing. Oh, okay. I know I haven't watched it. Well, I mean, it's funny now that he wants to start talking about pedowood when this, like I said, it's been a thing for the longest damn time. Like I said, basically since its inception, it's been an issue. They've groomed the kids into the industry. The people that run it are, and there used to be flyers about it. I'll just say that. There was warnings. There was warnings. We were warned. Like the meme. Don't call it a grave. This is the fate you've chosen. Tuscan Bob says Star Wars is just mostly dumb. Star Trek is ultra woke, dumb, and whiny. Yeah, pretty much. That's a sad thing. Although, yeah, Star Trek, they seem to have that particular dig on wanting to really lean in on having it with the real, like they're trying to introduce a lot of the real world bullshit into Star Wars, but I think because of the way it's set up is that it's making it a little tougher for them than Star Trek, considering Star Trek is considered in our not exactly in our universe, but kind of in our universe sort of thing. So they found it a lot easier to interject that poison. Static says, "Oh yeah, there are plenty of questions like why now, Bill." I think like some people I saw saying, "Oh, so the was it the Overton windows shifting or whatever and crap like that." It's like these people are the biggest parasites on the face of the earth. These are people that know how to change their tone, change everything in an instant when they sniff even a little bit of it, going sideways, and they will conform to how they need to keep themselves, safe in their little spots. They're vile people. And this is why I've never followed that whole thing of the left don't know how to meme. They do. The old guard in particular, him included, know how to meme and keep the message going in some form or way or another. It's just mostly they forgot to teach it to their grunts that the ex Twitter retards that you run into that, yes, admittedly don't know how to meme without it being a massive dialogue dump or anything like that. But The old guard that's still around still do. They know how. They know what to do. And for now, they're still here. And they might outlast some. We'll see. Tuscan Bob says, typical Belmar. Oh, we lost Hitman. They got him. They got him. Oh no. I'm all alone. Tuscan Bob here saying, typical Belmar, brave enough to pick a side after the final whistle. I mean, that's what all these people will start doing. I mean, there's been slowly but surely these people kind of making those slight heel turns away from the ultra woke message and everything like that. Some people make that twist away. Oh, he's back. He escaped them. Oh, he's black. Oh no. He's the blocks. Hitman, try again. But yeah, it's this is why I'm always all about, you gotta really stay on your guard regardless. Even if they've said, oh, I'm reformed, I'm no longer following that doctrine. No. You can just never let your guard down. Never let your guard down, basically. Even I like from Mass Effect, when Mass Effect 2, when you get Grunt and you get him out of the tube and you confront him and everything, and even though you kind of have a tussle with Grunt, you'll still have a gun to him, and even Grunt's like, offer your hand but arm the other. And it's a kind of it's a true thing. You can offer maybe a hand of friendship, but at the same time, be ready to pull the trigger if you have to. Red Hoodwink saying it's all about the money in the end, pretty much. Well, I mean, it's the money, but it's the message too. Like, they really want to make sure they're getting that message out one way or another. Come hell or high water. So you're invisible, Hitman, and I don't know if you're hearing me at all, because I'm certainly not hearing you. If you're trying to say anything, you might want to back out completely out of restream and try and come back in, or reboot your computer, whatever you have to do. Static saying the gay commies can't meme. True enough. But no, those are the foot soldiers that I'm talking about. Those are the grunts of everything. That hello, are you back? Yay, he's back.
Technical difficulties.
But yeah, the gay commies that you mentioned, Static, are the foot soldiers, the low tier spurgs that you encounter. Anybody that's in a position of power, those are the people that do know how to.
Are you talking about Ninja Turtle foot soldiers?
You know what? I wish I was. No, I was talking about the how I don't buy into the whole thing of leftists can't meme.
Oh,
when in fact I do. I'm in the camp of yes, they know how to very well, especially the old guard. It's the newer, like the Twitter grunt retards that you encounter, or like Static puts that the gay commies on X that you encounter. They don't know how to meme for sure. But there are the ones that are in power, or the old guard. They know how to spread the message. They know how to get it done. And even if anybody that says they're reformed, you don't trust them. Like I was comparing to Mass Effect 2. You can maybe offer one hand, but arm the other, and be ready. Because like even my Sheepster and I have talked about this. Leftists don't stop doing what they do. And that's subvert, pervert, and destroy. Whether it's, unintentional or intentional, it's hard. It's like hardwired.
That's a good idea for a T-shirt when we open our shop.
What's that?
Subvert, pervert, desert,
destroy.
What did you say?
Subvert, pervert, and destroy.
I thought you said subvert, divert, and desert. Or subvert, divert, and for dessert. We got to get this down. Subvert.
You managed to
pervert.
turn these things around in such
No, that's a good trick. Subvert and pervert for dessert. I don't know. No, I don't. What do you mean? Don't. That's Chiefster that does that. I don't.
Hey, Dan Black Red, how's it going? AKA Liquid Blake. He's saying too little, too late. Yeah. And Static now wants dessert. Congratulations.
I'm going dessert. Want a good shake.
Shake this. That could be good, yeah.
Pie. Tacos for dessert.
Well, the funny thing is, I knew what you were talking about, Static. Spelling mistakes aside, but I appreciate the correction. Yeah, a pie does sound good. I'm going for a trifle myself.
A good trifle
nice strawberry.
Maybe strawberry truffle and watching the big goodbye. What was it, episode 6? That was a really good one. That was a good episode. Do you remember that one? The big goodbye is like season 1. It's where it's a holodeck where Picard goes back into like the 1940s and plays this private detective. Fantastic episode.
Oh no, I have to. Like I said, I'll have to rewatch it. I'll have to give it another.
Listen, you have 8 days. You know how many seasons you can get through in 8 days? I got through season 1 in less than a week.
You're a madman.
You could do it. There is no excuse.
I'm not saying I couldn't. I'm just saying you're a madman.
Where's Bradley? Get Bradley in here. Where's Tuscan? Tuscan, tell this man to watch season 1 next gen. It's fantastic.
He really wants me to watch the first season of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
I do.
Like I said, I did watch this. I got to season 3, just did not.
But you watched it from a biased perspective because you were trying to compare it to the original. You're trying to compare it to the original trilogy. You can't do it.
Like you keep saying the original trilogy.
I'm sorry, the original series.
Yeah. No, like I said, I like that you keep calling it the original trilogy. I mean, in a sense, it was 3 seasons of Star Trek, so.
And then Kirk lied and said, "It's our 5-year mission. You did it in 3."
Hey, Red Hoodwink says, I mean, Hitman isn't completely wrong. They do desert the properties. At least some of them do, anyways. Especially after they've turned the properties and IPs and stuff into a husk of what they used to be. Yeah. Oof.
Oh, husk.
Hard. Then holodeck episodes suck, though.
Really? Oh, well. Do all of them suck? I'm on the one where
you liked it.
Data is playing Sherlock Holmes, huh?
It's just not Tuscan Bob's thing.
Well, maybe they get bad. I don't know. Maybe they get bad I don't know. They get bad in the future.
Fear of FEMA saying TNG season 1 is not the best season of Trek.
But does this mean that it gets better then? Because if I think it's fantastic,
yes, everybody says it gets better. Especially what was it? Brad was saying like season
later, especially. Are probably just superb then.
What?
No way. No.
He just showed us 3 of the 5. Damn it.
I'm gonna DM Tuscan
Okay,
Bob.
I'll
get his. We need Tuscan Bob's thorough analysis on Next Generation. Or Deep Space, because after this, then I've got to go to Deep Space Nine. And Tuscan, can you please tell us what your opinion is on Voyager? Do you agree that she was the worst?
For the holodeck episodes, he's saying no, they don't all suck, but most do. Anything 3 and 4 are gold.
We need Tuscan Bob to tell us what his thoughts are on Voyager, because I said it was trash, absolute trash.
You haven't even watched it either, though.
Voyager? Oh, I've watched a couple episodes when I was a kid. It's terrible. Janeway needs to be removed from the bridge, like Crusher.
I haven't watched it. I can't actually say so.
Voyager.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. But are you sure it was bad?
Voyager? Absolutely terrible.
I'm not as good as Brad with the sarcasm. Like he just knows how to really
Oh,
drive.
but Brad does it in a way that, like, if you didn't know what sarcasm was, you would believe that he was telling the truth.
Right. Fear Female says 3 to 6 are really good. 1 and 2 and 7 all have good episodes.
That's what I'm talking about, Tuscan. Sherlock, yeah, that's
Sherlock
the one.
and Dixon Hill episodes suck balls.
Those are the two that I've seen so far. Sherlock, I think, is in season 2. Dixon Hill was season 1. Yeah, they are literally the guy got shot, like the commander lieutenant got shot, and they're like, "Oh, this is fantastic!" And then he finds out that he's actually bleeding.
There's coffee in that nebula. What? Tuscan Bob is saying the Star Trek Voyager could have been good if I didn't want all the characters to die all the time. I love it.
Why we?
Like I said, I haven't watched it at all. I'll go back. You and Brad, you guys are both harping on. No.
I tell you though, but the Ferengi, Smeagol is more attractive than the Ferengi. They are ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And the Romulans remind me of my ex-wife. Did you see the Ferengi?
Voyager reference, Janeway was a coffee addict. Okay. So, my only frame of reference, especially for Voyager in particular, was the Laser Blast episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000. And Mike Nelson ends up dressing up as Janeway and because he's just having a fucking meltdown as their ship is about to go down in flames. And he starts acting like the character.
Janeway is terrible, man.
Chekatoy Bin Laden is a piece of shit. Janeway is a cold bitch.
She was pretty unempathetic and unemotional, man.
Paris is douchebag.
Didn't she like reproduct with a lizard or something?
What?
Was that what Bradley said? Did she like have relations with a lizard?
Oh my god.
Bradley said she turned into.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Tell me I'm crazy.
Whoa, hang on. Fear FEMA, them's fighting words. Joel greater than Mike, but that is a great episode. No. Like, I like Joel. Joel isn't bad. Like, I got right now the Gamera episode playing in the background at the moment.
Who's Joel? Joel who?
Joel Hodgson. I'm forgetting the name that he used for the show, but he was very dry delivery and stuff like that. He was the first host of Mystery Science Theater 3000. He was the creator of it. But he did eventually leave, and the next guy, Michael J. Nelson, took over. And I think Mike is the best. He has some of the best episodes, and especially.
What is this Andre 3000 show you keep talking about?
Mystery Science Theater 3000 is a show where where a guy is trapped up in space and is forced to watch bad movies. And he created two other robots to help, or he created multiple other robots. But two in particular are there to join him in the movie theater to watch these bad movies as he's experimented upon for his reactions to these bad movies.
Like Snakes on a Plane.
That's kind of the whole. And then they just make fun of the movie the whole time. But they clipped him down and stuff like that. But regardless, they make the premise of the show is the guy gets trapped up in space, forced to watch bad movies, does so with the robots he created. And it was definitely like the show was probably a catalyst for my own kind of sarcasm and humor, especially that's why I really like Mike, because he was a lot more sarcastic, maybe a little kind of, I don't want to say raunchy, but definitely had some maybe lowbrow humor here or there. But I just think he had some of the like Laser Blast is fantastic episode. Then oh god, I'm trying to remember the damn one with the Canadian Rosdower. Final Sacrifice. Thank you, Sheepster. I'm trying to remember all of them because a lot of them are through Mike. But yeah, so and there within the fan base, there is very much the two sides. There's the Joel crowd and the Mike crowd. I will be a fence sitter and say I do like both, but at the same time, I'll hop off that fence and I'll say Mike every time. Just because I love all of his shit.
Okay, hold on, really.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry.
I thought because it's funny too, because he came on when the show was on Comedy Central.
Was this a show or a movie?
It was a show, and they riffed on a bunch of movies. They did eventually make a theatrical movie though. But when he came on in season 2, he was head writer. And then on top of it, he helped with the theme song and punched it up. The theme song flowed so much better once Mike helped out with it. Because I think he does know a little better how to write songs than Joel does. And the way, to me, the intro song played so much better once Mike came on the scene. And then he also played a bunch of characters in the background before he took over. Which was also just part of the hilarity of it. Fair Female said she was a lizard herself at the time. That's right. That was the other detail. Janeway was a lizard as well.
Whoa, I heard that she wasn't a lizard first.
No, Brad said they were both lizards.
He said that they became lizards after.
You know what? I don't want to go too deep into that. Dan Black Credit says when every IP is just a number and in a corporation spreadsheet column, everything becomes the same in the race for conformity to modern Hollywood. It's all paint by numbers. 100%. Yes, I threw in the creator. Joel's the creator. I give him that, but it doesn't always mean the creator was right.
I think Mike's probably better.
See, exactly. Tuscan Bob said, I suppose Tuvok is acceptable. Fuck Neelix. 7 is what you'd get if you lobotomized an OnlyFans thought and give her 365 days of menstruation. Wow.
Is this Voyager we're talking about? Who's Tuvok?
He's talking about Voyager, yeah.
I can't remember Tuvok. Is that the girl?
He was, I think, the Vulcan on the ship.
She's not the white girl with the little board-looking thing out of her eyebrow?
That was 7 of 9. That I do know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I remember all the commercials back in the day. Static says, LOL, Andre 3000. Red Hood Wing. Dang it. Scaly's in Star Trek? Oof. Mike was great. MST3K is the funniest TV the 90s to 2010s created. But MST ended like 99, maybe early 2000. But they ran from like the 80s through because they also started as a KTMA local network show. And then they got picked up by Comedy Central. But yeah, I mean, I found MST when it was on the Sci-Fi Channel. And then I eventually found all the episodes, and I just fell in love with the show entirely. But I'll say perhaps maybe my leaning towards Mike is because that was where I got started. But I always knew there was a second guy. Tuscan Bob said, also they made the Borg gay, and the time travel loophole to get them home in the final episode was complete bullshit. You see, you can't mess with time travel too much unless you know what the fuck you're doing.
The Borgs, is that the black cube people?
That's the cube people, yeah. The people with the big old cubes, and they're all roboid, basically hive mind sort of shit. Yeah.
I haven't got to that episode yet.
But they get introduced like season 4, I think, of TNG. Yeah, Tuscan Bob said, other than that, Voyager is good.
I love that. It's like
a lot of
I love how Tuscan's like, it's great if I wanted everybody to die, but and then he points out every single thing that's trash within the show, but it's like, other than that, it's good. Oh, I'm telling you, man.
Joel greater than Mike, Kirk greater than Picard.
I don't know.
Agree with the Kirk Picard. I'll say Joel equals to Mike.
Hold on. Picard, I will say this. Picard in TNG, yes. Picard in the new show, I've heard nothing but trash.
Yeah, it's complete trash.
But what about Cisco?
Says it was a movie too. They did This Island Earth. That it is so good. It is so damn good. I love that one.
Tuscan, who's your favorite captain?
Fear Famous said just got out of the tubes, man. Oh god, now I'm trying to remember jokes from it too. God damn it, my brain is fried. Normally I'd be able to. It's probably the problem.
Take another drink of that energy drink. We still have to watch Cor-Ai.
Do. Yeah. Tuvok was the Vulcan.
Oh, yeah.
Fear Female, I do not consider that. I found it terrible. I tried to watch the first episode when my first warning signs though. And I didn't have a Netflix account. I sailed the seas to watch it. But the warning signs were all there in my book because Joel was bringing in people like Patton Oswalt and Felicia Day. Fuck both of them. Immediately once I saw those two were being brought on as the quote unquote Mads, I'm like, oh, Joel's lost the complete thread on this. I'm out. Like I just ended up seeing like the whole thing as kind of like a a midlife crisis. Is like his midlife crisis. He was trying to relive MST because he still had regrets about leaving the way he did and everything. So he felt like he had to do it. In cinematic Titanic didn't take off, I think, like he'd hoped. Mike kind of had the right idea with Riff Tracks because Riff Tracks was riffing on, he started it out mainly with a bunch of the blockbuster movies. They did the whole 6 movies of Star Wars and then the Disney trilogy. They did the Matrix movies, Roadhouse, and a lot of 80s classics. Predator was a good one. But I think Mike had the right idea to evolve it to a different to other than just the B movie films. He took on the Hollywood movies, more of like I said, the high production ones and everything. So I took the Netflix reboot or whatever the hell it was, soft reboot, because they did eventually bring in Bobo, Brain Guy, and Pearl for a cameo. And as far as I know, they never brought Mike in. And Mike Nelson is a right-leaning guy. So I think that is also partly why they didn't quite bring him in. But that could be me assuming some things. But yeah, I personally did not. I tried to watch the first episode. I just did not get into it. Like I can watch the first season of MST, no problem. I enjoy it. Not all the jokes land, but like it's still good stuff. I just couldn't get behind the Netflix stuff. Like I had too many problems with it. Tuscan says way earlier than season 4, season 2, Q, who is when they were introduced. Oh, okay. So I'm wrong. Tuscan says Kirk is the best captain by a factor of no less than 20. Fear Famous said the skits weren't great. The movie segments were okay. Agree on Patton and Day. Cool.
It seems like a lot of people have different opinions on who the best cat. I know we did that little bull, but I've heard I've heard a lot of people say Cisco is the best. I personally, I like Picard, man. But again, Kirk's OG, I guess.
Kirk's OG, Kirk's accomplished, and I just always liked his no nonsense.
You made it very interesting, though. You said that the original trilogy. See, you got me doing it. You said the original series is more adventurous, and then the TGN or TNG is more
adventure
prime
exploration
directive,
stuff
which
like that.
you said very prime directive, which is very interesting because it seems like the prime directive is very like not routine, but it's very they are beholden to the prime directive, which I'm seeing as I get further and further through this. I don't know. It's more. How did you explain it? You said original series was more adventurous, and then you did say that Next Generation
kind of
was
more rigid and I think rigid, controlled, or something.
Yes. They're very beholden to the prime directive. They don't divert from it. So,
whereas like the original series was just kind of like that beginning.
I do what I want, don't tell my mom type thing.
Dan Blacker is asking, have you seen the movie with the whales? I remember watching it once upon a time ago, but I've not watched it in a long. No, not those whales. Not those whales. Not the whales. No.
Hey, whales.
Hey, Tris, how's it going? Saying, oh, hey, Fractured. You and Mazza getting together, eh? I've been seeing them memes out there. Blackbird said that's the best Star Trek. It is the one with the whales. Tuscan Bob said best of both worlds part 2 parts where end of season 3, start of season 1. Okay. So yeah, that was about where I dipped. I like you said, I was coming from a biased perspective. I already didn't care for Will Wheaton's character. I wanted to vent him out in airlock.
But he's not that bad.
Yeah, so yeah, Tuscan Bob was also saying TOS was more exploration, TNG was more administrating the existing territory.
Yeah. I think we all have.
Blake is trying to piss him off by saying that the whales is the best one because Dan Blackbird said everyone agrees with me that the whales is the best Star Trek.
I will say, I think we all have. I think we all have a Wesley Crusher in our life, and we all want to say, "Get off my bridge."
Fed them out in airlock.
Yeah. Get off my bridge. Get him off my bridge.
It's working.
I haven't seen the episode with the whales. When does that come? Is that in Next Generation?
That's the Star Trek movie. Is that the 4th movie for Star Trek?
Do these movies come before TNG?
Yes.
So I have to watch all these movies before. I should have watched all these movies before.
No, well, I mean, I don't know how much they would have filled in for TNG exactly.
Bro, you need to tell me something before we get to Cor-Ai. What does the different colors mean? Because in season 1, Jeudy was wearing red, and now in season 2, he's chief of engineering, and now he's yellow. And
he leveled up.
But what does it mean? What is red, blue, and yellow? What are they?
Apparently, Tuscan Bob, they're gonna fight like John and Cecil. Oh, I've been hearing about that. I'll have to see what that fight was about. Okay, Jeudy changing shirt colors.
What does the colors mean? What is red? What is blue? Blue's medical, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
What is yellow and red?
So red, they changed the formats in TNG over what it was in the original series, I believe. So like Fear Famous says color coded uniforms like aircraft carriers use. Unless somebody pops up really
I just don't understand it because Worf is red in season 1, but now he's and thank you that they killed off Yar because she was just terrible. But now he's head of security, but now he's yellow.
Like Fear Famous saying red engineering in TNG. Tuscan Bob says color corresponds with departments. Blue is science medical. Dan Blackgray says The red ones all die. But no, I just found, so like the original series, red was engineering, security, communications, blue science and medical, gold command staff, green command staff formal. Next generation for red command staff, blue is science and medical staff still, and then gold was operations and security staff.
I need to write this down. I need to screenshot this. Okay. So they're all by departments then. So yellow's engineering, ops, and TNG. Red is command. Okay. And then blue science and medical, the same thing in TNG.
Yeah, they kept that the same.
So yellow, engineering, red command. Got it. Okay. Clear as mud.
And then Tuscan Bob's earlier said, best line in all of Star Trek, quote, "Are you prepared for the kind of death you've earned, little man?" Lord Wesley. I can dig it.
I feel like
more blue shirts die than red. I think that was the funny thing. Yeah, like after when I watched the original series, like more it somehow became the meme that the red shirts died, but that wasn't actually true. But and he says it's not important.
Well, it looks like, and then Dr. Crusher's not on the ship anymore. Now she's like head of freaking Starfleet medical, and now we got this other Pulaski doctor who she's kind of growing on me. She's very grumpy, but I kind of like her. She's growing on me because at first I didn't like her. I was like, get her off my bridge. I don't want her on here. She's annoying, but she's kind of funny. She keeps calling Data, and Data's getting, and Data's getting furious. Not furious, but he's like, that's not my name. My name's Data.
Gets a twinge of annoyance.
Yeah. It's
for a droid. Red Hoodwing Tier says, so OG series hated red shirts and TNG hated blue shirts. Got it. Tusky Bob says most Trek memes are not accurate at all. Pretty much. Fear FEMA, don't let her grow on you. Uh-oh.
Which one? Pulaski? Oh no. Who would have thought?
The wrong ones in, Hitman. You're letting the wrong ones in.
I guess so. I don't know. She's not wearing red though.
She's a wannabe McCoy. Crusher returns in season 3.
Interesting. See, I need to go back and watch the OG so I can learn McCoy's character. Was he like
you said, kind of grumpy and stuff like McCoy kind of had that. Like,
was he arrogant? Because she seems kind of arrogant. Maybe not arrogant, more grumpy. I'd probably say more grumpy.
The way you first characterized her was more accurate.
Yeah, grumpy. Grumpy, but okay. Well, so the colors don't matter then. So don't get hung up on the colors, the uniforms, even though more reds die than yellow. Is that alluding to something? I don't want to know. I just want to watch it without spoiler alerts.
Just enjoy the ride.
You bet. I promise you, like, if you don't start watching this tonight and you have no excuse because you're on vacation, I'm going to text you and ask you which episode you're on, because I will know
as soon as we're done talking tonight.
And I will know because I just finished season 1, so I'll know what episode you're on with you describing it.
We'll see.
Just do it. Do it.
Fear FEMA says McCoy was the humanizing opposite of the logical Spock. Again, it's funny that my brain auto-corrected Fear FEMA. Like, I knew who yours. I know you put Spoke, but I already, when I was reading it out, knew it was going to be Spock. I swear, I think I've been on the internet for too long. My brain auto-corrects. Tuscan Bob says they tried to cut and paste the Spock McCoy rivalry to Pulaski / Data. It did not work at all. That's what they were going for. Their shirt color matters about as much as their hairstyle. So they're okay.
Really quick,
you don't need to get hung up so much on the little details.
So Tuscan brought up a good point. So the Spock McCoy rivalry, and they tried to implement it in this show. Did it not work because what McCoy and Spock had was unique, and they tried to replicate it? And what I
And
mean
there's
by
like
unique
more
is like
chemistry between the two
right.
actors.
Well,
and
that's
stuff
what I
like that
mean. The
work a lot
chemistry.
better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Not necessarily the chemistry within the show, but like chemistry is like the actors, like one actor to another. That's an interesting take. I guess I got to go back and watch it. But that's interesting because there is a rival. But that's accurate. Because there is this rivalry between Data and Pulaski, and I sit here and watch. I'm like, well, where's this coming from? Why is she just grumpy all the time? And why are you coming at Data like he's like, dude's just trying to live his android life the best he can. Let him ask about death. He doesn't know what death is. Just let him ask it.
Right. Dan Blacker says the uniforms were better in the movies. They looked more naval. I did kind of like some of the outfits. From the movies, yeah.
One last question. Are they
when
wearing
we played the
onesies?
Star Trek MMO, I tried getting those outfits, and I think I did.
Are they onesies in Next Generation? They're like a full. How do they poop? Like these are full on. Like these are full on onesies.
I believe they changed the outfits later, but like
So
they kind of look like onesies at first. Yeah.
No, they look like they are onesies. You can see the zipper.
Yeah, on the back, yeah.
No, on the front.
Oh, was it on the front? I thought it was on the back.
It looked like they were at the front. I don't know. Tuscan probably knows better. Hoodwink or Dan Blackbird. But no, those are 100% onesies. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I mean, one too many drinks.
McCoy was likable, passionate person. Pulaski seemed to be bullying Data.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, like I said with like the original series too, is like I like the whole dynamic between Spock, McCoy, and Kirk. Like I said, kind of bros in space almost. But that was like it's the adventure and exploration, and a lot of times they were on those away missions together, so it was always kind of a fun experience. The Trek 2 to 4, 6 uniforms were the best, says Tuscan Bob. Dan Blackford says Picard looks like a ballet dancer. Those uniforms. Tuscan Bob said, little known fact, they go to a special room and their shit gets beamed out of their colons.
I get it. I got that reference. They're phased out. Everything that they just consumed at 10 forward gets beamed out of them. Listen, just let me have this moment, okay? Because I know nothing about Star Trek.
I'm not taking it away from you. I'm just chuckling.
That made sense. They have it beamed out of their colons. because it could be like beamed as in, like beam me up, and like beamed as in like beamed out their butthole. Into the toilet or whatever they poop into. I don't know what they use. I'm sure they have bathrooms on this ship. Oh, that's funny. Beam.
Brandon Tran, how's it going, man? Saying, hey guys, I'm late to the stream. Did you check out Transformers 1 trailer or no? We've just been kind of chit-chatting, We've done it for about 2 fucking hours too, and just talking with the chat and having fun. We just haven't really touched on any topics. I know I listened to the Transformers 1 trailer because I was listening it to all. The nice thing about working mornings is that I don't have to deal with distractions. I'll put it that way. Or I'll just say, I said I work retail, so yeah. So I don't. It's before everything opens up, so I can listen to. I was listening to Casual Rage, and Rhino was going over it, and I was just listening to it. And it sounded so stupid, so like very formulaic bullshit, typical new age Hollywood shit. And the voice work was horrendous. Like there was no differentiation between the actor and who they were playing. In my opinion, it just sounded like Chris Hemsworth and whoever the hell the other guy was. There was nothing distinct about their performances. that I really got out of it. It just sounded like a goofy, weird buddy comedy thing going on. And like overall, I just would, and I won't ever pretend I'm a huge Transformers person. I watched Beast Wars back in the day. I enjoyed it, but I never really got heavy into Transformers. But like I know God, who's been playing? Was it Peter Cullen? Peter Cullen, basically I think who's been the voice of Optimus Prime. And when you don't have that same voice actor doing that work anymore, it's particularly jarring. So it left nothing for me to really go, oh, maybe this is something to check out. Because damn it, that's right. That's what I just remembered. This whole idea of adaptations and how, we're adapting it so it can be a little different, but you'll always have the original to fall back on, which is what guy I stream with, Shaka Zulu, has pointed out in his Fallout review. But in my opinion, no. In my opinion, you should stay just as faithful to the source material when you are adapting it to another medium. And you should not stray away from the details of it. You should keep the canon and continuity in place, despite that. And if anything, if it's not going to translate well, then don't adapt it. Leave it the fuck alone. So when you're doing things like, I don't know if maybe this falls into it, but when you're adapting or doing new Transformers stuff, I think you should be keeping things within a certain consistent continuity to keep that fluidity of things from movie to movie and stuff like that. Don't take away the things that have made the characters those characters since the start. So that was something I just remembered. Fear FEMA, more MSC3K and shitting on Voyager than anything. Hell yeah. I can dig it. Brandon Trent said Transformers 1 is causing controversy among the fan base that's more family friendly and not serious in Epic and Fall of Cybertron games. Well, again, I mean, I know there's been so many different versions of the Transformers too. That's kind of I think an issue there. Because they've had different variations of time and settings and stuff like that. I know there is a deep lore to Transformers. I'm just not a super fan. I'm a normie in terms of that. So I wish I could say more on it, but I just can't. Red Hoodwink says the Transformers trailer reminded me of the Lightyear trailer. I'm not watching it. That's something that I probably should watch one of these days, is the original Transformers movie, because I've heard it's a really, for one, well animated movie for the time, and the performances are also pretty damn good and pretty solid. So I'll have to watch that, the original 1980 Transformers movie. Let's see. What the? He voiced the Predator. I'll be damned. Yeah, Transformers the movie. So I'll have to check that out sometime. Dan Blackwood says it's all been downhill after Beast Wars. And then it says the Bay movie sucked even when you could actually tell what was happening on screen. Yeah, I remember I watched the first movie when I was basically at the tail end of my contract when I was working at Electronic Arts for QA stuff. and we had nothing to do. Our project was done, so we were just kind of waiting out the time. So I was just kind of hanging out, and I watched the first Bay Transformers, and it might have been just because I was stuck, not with much to do, and so I watched it. I thought it was okay, but it was certain like I did kind of like, I was like, oh, when they did the original transforming sound effect in the beginning of the movie. But then I was really disappointed when they stopped using it after that. I was like, oh, this is a cheap gimmick. But it's like, once you rewatch it too, it's like, oh my God, this movie's just schlocky shit. It's not even good schlock. It's just bad schlock. Brandon Tran said, follow Cybertron greater than Transformers 1. That's like Toy Story. I'll take your word for it. Dan Blacker says, Laura Transformers was just selling toys. I know there was that, but I remember working with a guy and he was going into it like he went into all sorts of shit when it came to Transformers that I had no idea. Like all the Gen 1 and Gen this and this different, all these different backstories apparently going on. I don't know if that was maybe through the comics that they filled in between or what. I just remember the guy was like popping off with all this different details. I was like, oh, I had no idea there was such a, because yeah, I thought of it the same way, that Transformers was also between either just a cartoon or selling toys. And he says 86 is still the best of any of it. So that's the Transformers the movie. Cook Norris, hey, how's it going, man? It was traumatizing with the body count. Oh my. Dan Blackbird said he did the vocalizations for Predator, the clicking and stuff. Okay. Damn, that was good stuff too. I love the Predator. Predator's a fucking awesome movie. Brendan Tran said Transformers 1 is trying to do G1 origin story for Optimus Prime when he was a worker on Cybertron as Orion Pax. Huh. Yeah, see, it just like I said, it just came off so goofy and weird, and like it without the proper voice behind Optimus, it just didn't feel like Transformers even to me, to a casual. I'm like, this feels wrong in every sense of the word. It felt wrong. And I don't know if the dude's retired or what, but it's like, why keep the man out? He has made that character his, god damn it. Blackroad says Michael Bay made an entire franchise of movies with just metal clouds fighting. I mean, when you break it down, it's just just a bunch of squares and pixels and numbers just smashing together, kind of like a kid with his toys, just smashing them together and making shit out of it. Red Hoodwinked. Yeah, I remember a vid showing Peter Cullen going from Optimus Prime voice to the Predator's vocalizations. It was great. I think I've seen that too. Now I think about it, but I might just be forcibly putting that in my brain. Anyway, whew. So do you think it's time, sir?
I think so. I'm ready for the Cor-Ai.
That was weird. My headset suddenly turned off on me.
Battery 60%.
Did you just hear that?
That's yours, yeah.
Yeah. Battery 60%. Yeah, so I think it's that time. Let me first really quick. Remember, just let me know, folks, if you want to join us for the Stargate watch. It is going to be episode Cor-Ai, episode 16. All right, dropping it there. I don't know if Nerdy Neo's still hanging out, if he's going to join, but I'll send it to him too. There we go. Oh, wow. Fuck Noah said that, yeah, the OG movie killed off a bunch of popular Transformers in the first 10 minutes. Damn. Brandon Tran, not having Frank Welker as the voice of Megatron is a huge red flag because he nails the role. I probably won't deny that. Tuscan Bob says Transformers are an example of a too much lore. Not every detail needs to be explained, and leaving some mystique is better than ending up with a convoluted mess. Fair enough. And Fairfemus is laughing. Okay. Let's see. I think I've got everybody that I need to throw the link to. I'll even just more directly throw it to Bradley. All right, let me roll the intro. There's. Before I bring in our two guests, Red Hoodwink says, thanks for the stream, guys. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy Stargate. We will. And hello, Spartacus, and hello, Static. Welcome, gents.
Hello.
I think I should replace Sheepster in the intro.
You know,
Probably.
I've been meaning to redo some things for that intro. Yes.
I've been here for every one of them but one.
I know. Well, no,
Hey, I know the pain. I know the pain, Static. I know the pain.
So remember, I did one in the first initial one I did for the whole thing was you were in the control room, Statics. I did have you there. But yes, I will have to probably redo the intro.
I'm just talking shit about Sheepster. He never should.
You were right to the son of a bitch. I even gave him the link, so he very well could have bounced in at any time.
I mean, hey, Static. At least you actually had a place in the intro.
Okay.
This is true. You did. All right, guys. Let's do this.
I'll just sit back in the background where no one will see me.
That's right. That's where you.
At least you three know who these characters are in the intro. I don't. I don't even know who guy I am.
Oh, you haven't gotten to Lord You?
No, I thought I was Lord Crybaby Face, the Pakna or whatever.
No, that was me. Yeah, I hate tabletop. How's it going, man? Yeah, I took on Mr. Pouty Face.
Yeah, that's
Lord
you. I don't know who I am.
He's the oldest system lord.
And he's great.
If you gave me a character that dies within the first episode, I'm gonna just
No. Lord Hugh sticks around for a while, though.
Oh, good on you.
No.
Yeah, I know. I can keep my quiet. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
No.
Though he is a very influential character. He pulls a lot of weight in the Raoul High Council.
Yep, he does. All right, guys. Were you hearing the
yes.
kitty? Okay. Meow. All right. Here we go. Let me just get it into the Discord. Boomba. Right. And Dan Blackbird said, I got a good feeling this is the episode we have been waiting for. Hammond Bush. I don't know. We'll see. All right, here we go. You know what I still find funny? The Hathor episode had to be completely removed, dialogue, audio and all. The last episode we watched did not.
Huh.
That's so hilarious. Hathor apparently is very protected. We'll see what happens with Cor-Ai here.
This is a fun episode.
It is.
I have been here before.
What? It's as a deja vu.
This world is called Cartago. What can you tell us about it?
The people he'll smell.
No, visit here regularly. It is one of their favorite places to harvest hosts for goa'uld absorption. You know, I wish you wouldn't say harvest. We're talking about human beings, not Brussels sprouts.
They're like cattle for them.
Kidnap and destroy their minds.
Visitors.
Well, that would answer why no welcome.
It's just a very unwelcome house
weird.
guest.
I mean, all the food here is fresh.
Much like the illegals in New York.
You know, I might have been alluding to something like that. Yeah.
It looks like a courtroom.
It does. I wonder what could go on here.
They must have great parties.
Banging. Each one of those little sectioned off spots is where they have actual pole dancers.
Yep.
Steve, hello, saying, I want you to know this is the nerdiest show I know. You haven't seen all the shows
you
out
could
there.
find a language that would communicate to these people that we're human. Like they
Tabletop chimes
And
in with
that's
Star Trek
fine.
is pretty nerdy too.
Why should I believe you? That is a weapon.
So's that. Tell you what. I'll go first.
So for anybody that hasn't, they can always drop it into the Discord. There's the invite link.
We are now friends.
Tabletop is now claiming King of the Nerds.
Well, I mean, the last King of the Nerds kind of left us with for Hollywood, so the title up to grabs.
Jaffa, yes.
And we saw how that's
Good
turned
guy.
out so
You
far.
don't know him. He's peaceful. Tell him you're peaceful, teal'c.
It is true.
He lies. I know.
I mean, his facial expressions don't really help in this situation.
No.
He still looks like he's saying this place still smells like cow dung.
You are still beneath me.
Oh, there's a jump there.
Yeah, I just figured we already listened to the theme song, so we'll get right to the end.
Ah, but the themes are likely one of the best things there.
I have not.
He's a coward. He lies.
Hanno, the mandates.
He is not Bursa. The mandates do not apply.
And what if you are mistaken? I do not recognize this Jaffa.
He is the one. He killed my father.
If you are right, he will be put through Cor-Ai. We do not take revenge like this, or we are no better than the Jaffa.
Cor-Ai will sustain my belief.
Cor-Ai.
But first you meet the elders. Come.
Is anyone going to take away his weapon before they have him meet the elders?
Steve, if you must know, we are at 5 minutes, 45 seconds. And here's where we're at in the episode currently. Since you asked.
That's interesting. I wonder if everyone's coming from some religious event.
Why does it always have to be a religious thing with you? Maybe they're coming from a swap meet. Your gods come through the
No,
circle
they're coming from a barbecue.
directions to hide from.
They're
those
coming
who
from the
would hurt
local
us.
county fair.
They're overdue.
Farmers market.
I like county fair.
Circ. That's a Latin derivation, circle, but Cacona, that's Greek. That's weird. 2 root languages and 1 culture.
What does it mean?
Circ Cacona, circle of woes.
Well, I mean, that if all that came through was the goal, that yeah, it's understandable that that's what they would call it.
Tabletop saying, I am probably Daniel Jackson, socially awkward, full of useless knowledge that makes me no money but attractive.
No, Table, I see more of a Jack O'Neill. I'd be more so the Daniel Jackson.
You are the leader, yes?
Listen, everybody can be the nerd if they want.
Just like that.
Wait, we'd like to stay a little while and learn from you. Possibly you can learn from us. I mean, you seem to need help avoiding the ghouls.
You may go. Now.
Yeah, leave. We don't want you here.
It's important
Get outta
that we
here.
respect our elders. Teal'c, dial it up.
Not him.
Just because you came through that gate doesn't mean
Excuse
you
me?
were allowed here.
For him, there will be Cor-Ai.
All right, let me bottom line it for you, okay? You can't have that man.
He is not a man. He's Jaffa.
He's already told you he doesn't know who you are.
You say you don't remember me?
I do not.
Then do you remember this?
I leave a stick in front of you.
Oh my god. That's Jafal's greatest weakness.
Now you think it almost need to be a more ornate looking, like cane or something to really kind of stick out for Teal'c. Otherwise, it just kind of looks like a stick.
I mean, the upper part is a bit ornate.
You remember me?
All that red and black coloring.
Right.
Don't say a word, Teal'c.
But that was mostly covered by
That's
his
an order.
arm,
Don't say
anyways.
anything.
No, actually, it kind of stuck out. Actually, the arm would have gone on the horizontal stick. Part of the stick that was sticking out.
That's not the way to handle this.
He didn't check his pockets.
Well, they are an adept at pat downs and everything. They are still a primitive people.
I don't know. They kind of look like they'd probably be like late antiquity.
I don't suppose we could get him out on bail.
Late antiquity, early medieval.
He is guilty. He must pay for what he has done.
And you've already decided this.
Yes.
Hey, at least untie his hands. Come on.
Hey, he's already in the cage, for God's sakes.
Tomorrow we will have the Cor-Ai. You are welcome to stay.
Gee, thanks. All right. When they come back, Daniel, you draw them in. Carter and I will take right and left flanks.
Whoa, wait a minute. Are you talking break out?
Yeah. We're gonna grab Teal'c and head straight for the Stargate. It'd be nice if we could do it without bloodshed.
No.
Excuse me?
Do not attempt your plan. I will not go.
Why not? I thought that plan really
Yeah,
hard.
that's a really odd sound. I thought you just said you wouldn't go.
That is correct.
Why?
Because to go would disrespect the Bursa.
Disrespect?
Teal'c is right. We should show some respect.
Did anyone else hear that kid say that Teal'c was guilty already?
Jack's like, I spent a really long time thinking of that plan. Gosh darn it.
Killing. I mean, all this
Yes.
through Cor-Ai. Now, near as I can figure, that is like a simple trial.
Now, see,
Yeah,
it's
see,
that
the
image I
numbering is
figured
going to be a
it's
little
got
bit
me a
off
little
for what is shown on
What if
TV
their idea of a
because
simple trial
for
is a
mine
simple
it was
beheading?
actually counts the
I
pilot
will not run.
episodes as two separate episodes, which is how you get it to 16 instead of what it's showing for you at 15. They melded the pilot episode together.
I mean, yeah, it very much depends on which edits you go with, because some consider the first 2 episodes as kind of like a mini movie, while others will divide them up into the part 2, part 1, part 2.
I am Jaffa's voice for the Cor-Ai.
Which is how I had it for our watch through.
Well, I think his voice is just fine.
I think she means kind of like his defense attorney.
I have been chosen. I must witness his pick.
Tabletop says, I withdraw it, but I am totally O'Neill.
I have sinned.
I told you.
She wants his confession.
Premium? I don't know.
Has it occurred to
What?
anyone?
A premium what?
I don't know what Steve is talking about for premium. Unless he means like Amazon Prime or something. I don't know.
I mean,
It's on Discord.
If you have Amazon Prime, all the episodes are there.
Heard of it?
Actually,
No,
throughout
Discord
history, the
premium,
idea is
no.
pretty rare. Most cultures usually assume things the other way around. I'm just saying.
Guilty until proven innocent.
You're Jaffa's pick of A.
Well, you're out of luck because you're not going to get him to peck at anything.
Then who will be his voice?
That would be me.
Even Teal'c's like, I'm not so sure about that.
The Cor-Ai?
Yep.
It doesn't seem quite logical, Captain.
You wish. I will tell the elders.
You sure you're up to this?
Why? You don't think I am?
Well, it's just that I've never
No.
actually been referred to as a diplomat. I think antagonist was the word used.
But I'm his commanding officer. It comes with the territory.
Wouldn't Daniel be better at it? I mean, being a linguist and a cultural expert, sir?
What are you trying to say?
All right, we'll all do it. What's that?
Yeah, team effort.
It's fine.
Top is now regretting being O'Neill. He's like, oh boy, now I'm regretting O'Neill.
I have the big stick. All will hear me.
He who holds the stick is allowed to speak. We call it the talking stick.
I am sorry.
You are sorry.
When I first saw you, I let my anger control me, and I threatened your life. This is counter to Bursa mandates, and by doing it, I shamed myself and my whole clan.
I am full of
I ask your
shame.
forgiveness.
I mean, at least they're moving in the right direction.
Starting off better than I thought it would.
And I hand over the big stick.
Jaffa, you killed my father. For this crime, the punishment is death. I will now lead the Cor-Ai.
Objection!
What is objection?
That's something we say back on Earth when... Never mind. You can't be the judge. That's not fair.
Judge?
Yeah, the guy who controls proceedings, decides what happens here.
Why is it not fair?
Because you're the son of the victim.
Yes.
Well, the judge has to be impartial.
What does that mean?
Daniel, tap in.
Impartiality would require someone who hasn't already formed an opinion about teal'c's guilt or innocence.
How could there be such a person? Anyone who has a mind has an opinion.
Your honors, I respectfully request that someone else be in control of this. What is it?
Correct.
Cor-Ai.
I mean, it is kind of
has suffered understands the
goofy.
pain which has been inflicted. Who else can fairly say what the punishment must be?
Well, you could, for one.
Off with all their heads.
That's it. We're done with these Outworlders. They go.
Well, you can.
You remember me?
I do.
And you are the one who killed my father. Are you not?
Don't answer that, Teal.
Yes. I am the one who killed your father.
What did I just say, teal'c?
Teal'c, come on! I'm trying to help you, and you're making it worse.
You're hearing yourself here. I give you the stick. I did not mean that to be as filthy as it came out. Oh no, I can't.
Teal'c, are you trying to commit suicide?
I do not understand.
Why didn't you tell me you were guilty? At least before you told a room full of people that want to see you dead.
You already knew. Only you did not want to hear it. That is why you asked me not to speak.
I'll just step away for a moment.
What happened?
No problem.
Apophis ordered me to kill Hanno's father.
Hey, can you guys guard from outside? Not going anywhere.
All right, now teal'c, I'll take the guy on the right. You take the guy on the left. We'll get out of
Hanno's
here.
father died by my hand. No one else's. I am responsible. What I did while serving Apophis, I will not hide from.
Even if the punishment is death?
Then that is what I deserve.
Teal'c, you sound like you want to die.
Colonel O'Neill, have you ever faced the crying eyes of a child whose father you have just murdered?
Not exactly. Teal'c, there are a lot of things we do that we wish we could change, and we sure as hell can't forget. But the whole concept of chain of command undermines the idea of free will. So as soldiers, we have to do some pretty awful stuff. But we're following orders like we were trained to. It doesn't make it easier. It certainly doesn't make it right. But it does put some of the responsibility on the guy given those orders.
Then you are saying Apophis is responsible for Hanno's father's death?
Yes!
You are wrong, O'Neill. While in the service of Apophis, I did many things. For these deeds, my victims deserve retribution.
Can we focus on this one case only for now, please?
This case represents the many.
Well, it shouldn't! Why? Why are you doing this?
When I look into Hanno's eyes, I see the horror on the faces of many others as their loved ones prepare for Goa'uld absorption. Worse yet is the face of the victims whom I selected as they realize they are about to take their final human breath. Hanno's father is not the first nor the last of those whose lives I've taken. And I have done far worse, O'Neill. I cannot give all of their loved ones retribution, but I can at least give it to this one. I am sorry, O'Neill. I will not run.
Well, I'm sorry, Teal'c, but that's unacceptable. I'm gonna do what I have to do to keep you alive, whether you like it or not. What's the plan of attack?
Well, the way I look at it, Teal'c has already pled guilty. So, to draw a parallel to an American trial, We have to look at this as sort of like the sentencing phase. We need to prove to these people that he doesn't deserve to die.
How do we do that?
We need to convince them that he's a different man now than he was then.
Good luck.
Tell us what happened to your wife.
Her name is Shinray. She was captured by Apophis' serpent guards and changed.
She's now a Goa'uld?
Inhabited by one, yes.
And how did she get to be one of the victims?
The leader of the serpent guards picked her out of a crowd of other women at random, really.
Who was the serpent guard?
teal'c. The old teal'c. At that time, he hadn't joined us yet. He didn't know me or that Shinray was my wife.
But the fact is, you now work side by side with the man responsible for your wife's fate.
It was difficult for me at first. I wanted to hate him. But now I know that it was
Daniel getting this chance to say so.
That chose Shinray, and I know that if there were any way for him to help me get my wife back, this teal'c would do it gladly. Even if it meant giving up his own life. This teal'c is my friend.
There were 50 human captives. All were unarmed. Apophis ordered me to slaughter them all.
But you didn't, did you?
I did not.
What did you do?
I turned my weapon on my fellow serpent guards.
It was a huge risk for you, wasn't it, teal'c?
I made a decision.
I think you're being a little modest here. You have a family. Do you think you'll ever see them again?
It is unlikely.
Have you lost your way?
Oh, no, I'm just looking around, if that's okay.
Information gathering, if you don't
You're
mind.
welcome to do so.
You have a very lovely existence.
Thank you. It would be made lovelier were it not for the Goa'ulds and the Jaffa.
The one thing I can't seem to figure out is where you live.
We live here.
Oh no, where do you sleep at night? Where do you take shelter? Where do you sleep?
We sleep in the hiding.
The hiding.
We have hidden caves and tunnels in all directions. When the evil ones come in through the Sir Kakuna, we flee in all directions and we disappear.
So they catch only the slowest among you.
Oh, no. We would never leave anyone behind. We all go, or none of us do.
I think I have something that might help us out. teal'c, tell us exactly what happened that day.
Apophis ordered me to kill one of the villagers so the rest would obey.
Okay, well, I think we've all heard the Reader's Digest version of the story, but there's more to it, isn't there? Like why you chose Hanno's father.
We brought those we had captured back to the hall. Apophis ordered the selection process to begin. Teal'c. Kill one of them. I said kill one of them. If you hesitate, I will kill them all. Do it. 7 women and let the rest go.
Truth is our defense.
I think I see where you're going with this, Daniel. This is good. This could make the difference in the Cor-Ai.
It's a kangaroo court. Nothing's gonna make a difference. Isn't that painfully obvious to anybody? That kid made up his mind before we even got here.
So what do you suggest?
We start
Carter
blasting.
and I are going back to Earth for reinforcements.
What, you're gonna shoot his way out? No, Daniel. I'm hoping we can bring back enough firepower so it'll scare him into turning Teal'c over. That's how I'd like to see it go down.
I have already told you, O'Neill, I will not run.
Teal'c, you're going back with us if I have to knock you out and carry you myself. Got it? Buy as much time as you can, Daniel. Where are Teal'c and Daniel?
We'll explain, sir.
First, I need you to mobilize a combat unit ready to go back to that planet ASAP.
Do it. How about filling me in?
So, by killing that man, you actually saved the lives of the rest of the villagers. You even saved Hanno's life.
It is true.
But can you be sure Apophis would have really killed the rest of the villagers?
I have seen him do it many times.
So, although you were faced with a terrible decision, you chose the lesser of two evils.
He chose to kill a crippled man, the man least able to run away, the most helpless of us all. His choice was not moral, it was cowardly and evil.
Hanno.
Like what George Lucas did.
Defense against their ability to run and hide. Is that right?
We have escape tunnels and caves. When the lights on the Circacona appear, we can disappear before
Hey,
the gold
Simone.
arrive.
Aw, sorry to hear that, buddy.
You have to move.
He's like, I'm here. We lost. Aw.
And I am
Sorry for your
it was
team.
like a mermaid dorsal fin.
Teal'c, did you know that?
And Tim Blackwood, the bush is mobilizing.
It was often very difficult to locate the villagers. They seemed to be able to vanish into the forest as quickly as a flock of birds.
Flock of birds.
How fast could your father move?
I mean, that explains the Pekka thing again.
It was not important.
He had a
It was
wooden
enough.
leg.
One would never be left
He had
behind.
no leg.
So in other words,
No
He had
leg.
He had a leg.
He did have a. He had a. They had both legs, didn't he?
He had one leg.
He was missing one.
Teal'c, why did
That's
you
why he
choose
needed the walking stick.
I saw his injury.
He did.
I knew that without him, the group could move more quickly,
Mercy killing.
perhaps even evade us the next time we came.
No, I will not hear this.
So you made a decision. You chose to kill one that day to save many later. Is that right?
It is correct.
So if Teal'c hadn't made that decision, many of you might not be alive.
Who's more
today.
angry,
Want him
Teal'c
dead.
or Wolf?
I do not understand the
think
relevance
Teal'c's
of any
angry.
of this.
Oh, okay. Let me retract. Who's more unempathetic, Teal'c? Or,
He is very
unemotional.
important
Teal'c or
in
Wolf?
fighting the rules and the Jaffa. Therefore,
I think Teal'c, until later on when he becomes because of his time spent among humans.
You defended the Jaffa repeatedly by saying he is a changed man. And for proof, you have given many examples of his firing upon his former comrades.
Yes,
Then why did he not fire upon them here instead of killing my father?
because it wouldn't have done any good.
My father might be alive today.
No, not necessarily. Even if Teal'c had succeeded that day, the Gould would have sent more Jaffa to exterminate everyone, your entire population.
How do you know that? They did not do that to your people.
They tried. We have defenses that you don't. Teal'c may have killed Hanno's father, but in doing so, he saved you and all of you. Teal'c's death will not change the past, but his continued life can help all of our future. Can you really justify killing him now?
Yars.
His fate is not to be decided by us. Cor-Ai mandates that only Hanno can make
She
that.
got a diaper on her head.
Your argument is wise and moving. I commend you.
Thank you.
But
You have made a compelling argument that this Jaffa's more recent and continuing good should somehow negate his past evil. I have but one final question. Can his recent actions...
I don't think that's what it is, Steve. He's asking why is he carrying a staff menorah? What?
No, of course. Then clearly no.
Well, I mean, at night when the
erase
world goes to dark, they're gonna have to put the candle somewhere.
Jafar, you are guilty of killing my father. Tomorrow, at midday,
you will die.
You will die by your own weapon, as my father did.
Oh, boo-hoo. Big crybaby.
Until plot convenience, which will turn this whole thing around.
Hey, now, come on. Only happened for legitimate reasons.
Bush of Texas. Hammond of Texas.
I'm confused, Captain. Are these people hostiles?
Yes.
Well, sir, that would depend on...
Technically, right now, Clinton's still the president.
They have Teal'c prisoner. They plan to execute him. I'd call that hostile.
But it sounds to me as if they've treated the rest of you with the utmost respect. Now you want to launch an assault on them?
No, sir.
Absolutely.
I'm hoping once they see our security numbers and firepower.
Colonel, the United States is not in the business of interfering in other people's affairs.
That's so funny because you know that's a lie.
Since this administration was
We
elected.
are not in the business of interfering in others' affairs if it
For
doesn't
free.
involve something for us.
Not.
Yeah.
I mean, in the eyes of the
Yeah.
government, he's not an American citizen. Hell, he's not even an Earth citizen.
I don't believe I'm hearing this from you, sir.
General Hammond, sir, if I may. Even setting aside that Teal'c is our friend, how can you let such a valuable information
I mean, does
resource be
Teal'c
taken
even
away?
have his
These
green
people's
card?
laws in this
Come on.
regard are no different from our own. We don't stop pursuing war criminals because they have a
Oh
change.
my God, Teal'c is the ultimate illegal alien.
Like it or not, what the Jaffa have done
My
to these
favorite
people,
line coming up of the
other
whole
people is a
episode.
I'd take 1,000,000 of him over what we've got now.
ghoul doing some damn distasteful.
Same.
Oh,
Surely both
No
of
lie.
you must realize that
Right
this was
here.
bound to happen sooner or later.
Come on up.
General Hammond, I have spent a lot of years in the service of my country. And I have been ordered to do some damn distasteful things.
And as MacGyver.
I will not allow them to execute my friend.
Sir, Teal'c has proven his loyalty to us countless times. Don't you think we should do the same?
My own personal opinion says yes. But the government policies under which I must weigh my decisions say no.
Well, fine. Let's call the president.
That's enough, Colonel.
Hammond of Texas is here.
General, sir, we don't have a lot of time here.
Right.
Where's Braytac? Get him in here.
What are they doing?
Preparing me for my death.
Oh,
Go away because their hands are really smooth. And they're in all the right places.
I've been told I'm going to receive a happy ending.
I would like to ask one final favor.
what is it?
I would like to volunteer my lifeless body and that of my symbiote for your scientists.
Oh, God, no! Blackroyd says they left him there in an alternate timeline and Kratos was born. Oh, God.
Jack and Carter should be.
Who's Kratos?
Daniel Jackson.
Main character from God of War.
Allow Colonel Neil
Then they turned him into God of Soy.
the person deserve.
Soy milk?
For once, I agree with Jack.
Yeah, soy milk.
I mean,
It's not real milk.
but I don't believe that you.
It is
deserve to
not,
die.
and he is not the real God of War.
Out of a Jaffa.
I'm sorry, Colonel. The president won't authorize a rescue.
I don't believe.
What?
I agree with the president's decision.
Thanks a lot, Clinton.
troops to risk their lives in an action that I believe is
Steven said the administration only frowned upon inhaling.
You have the right to disagree, Colonel, but you do not have the right to take actions against orders. Is that understood?
While Hammond was talking to Clinton, he was hearing,
Thanks to a little difference
sir, is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. I'm just getting some help from one of my assistants.
How heavy do you think those?
How we managed to get in undetected is beyond me, but hey, we'll take it.
Hey, where'd they take Teal'c?
Let's hope it was Versa.
Maybe Daniel broke him up.
Keep those positive thoughts coming, Captain.
Like Daniel could break anyone out of prison. Come on.
How much do you think those diamonds are worth?
Ah, Shadow gave you away. Oof.
Now O'Neill has proved to me not only were his loyalties lie, but yours as well.
If you believe that it was O'Neill that informed the Goa'uld, you are mistaken.
Then how is it that they know our escape routes? What? We are trapped, cut off from the hidings.
Jack went back to Earth. The Goa'uld are not stupid. They probably figured it out on their own.
The children and the slowest will hide here. The rest of us will try to draw them away into the forest.
Wait. Now let Teal'c go. We can help you, but he is no good to you like this. Now I give you my word, he will not try to run away.
No, he will not. You will stay here. If I do not survive, I entrust you to tell whoever does that I still wish my sentence to be carried out.
Okay, little boy. If you understand, I want you to tell everyone to kill him.
Hey kid, what can we do to change your mind? I've got candy. Toys?
Try not to let them see your face in case.
Oh no.
Shackle.
Oops.
Go.
Your death will assure my place as First Prime.
You're already First Prime. That's what the thing. That's what the gold in your forehead means. The gold in the form of the symbol in your head means. You're the First Prime already.
Maybe he felt like if he took out the main guy that was originally there, he'd feel a little more secure. I don't know. But you're right. He already had the gold emblem. He's the First Prime.
Now I'll become First Prime. No, I won't.
Oh, looks bad.
No. It is midday. I am prepared to accept my punishment.
Teal'c.
save those who wish to kill you? I would save those who deserve to live.
And after all, they gave me a happy ending.
You made a mistake. I remember him just. You are not the same man as he who murdered my father.
I am the one.
No. That Jafar is dead.
Jack over there saying, "Shut up!"
You.
Damn it, teal'c!
We have our own wounded to care for. I suggest you take your friend home.
He's crying. No, I'm not. The glue is just leaking inside me.
We can help you defend yourselves.
We would appreciate that.
Can we go home now? My leg is hurting a lot.
I'm really in a lot of pain. Can we go now? And that was episode Cor-Ai.
That one was gay.
Well, just right out with it. Tell us how you really feel about it, Static. Come on.
Yeah,
it is
emancipation.
No, but I mean, it's still an interesting episode where it's we're going back further into more of teal'c's past and seeing more of the consequences of his past actions.
And this, I think, also what gave him more reason to switch sides and what he had to do for the Gould, like you say. So, I mean, it's
simple, though. It's so simple. It's just such a simple plot.
It's a very, and I said at the start, this is going to be a very contained episode, not a lot of action, but I think every so often, especially with long seasons and stuff, or a long season of episodes, you're going to have these more contained, low budget episodes, which I think
it's not low budget. There's some pretty good graphics in that. All good scenery.
I mean, for 1990s, late 1990s special effects.
Yeah,
that is not bad.
It's not in the back of the California rock crushing plant.
Exactly.
Oh, you know what? We failed to mention.
What's that?
You were explaining the Kratos and the God of War thing.
Yeah.
Did you say Christopher Judge also voices Kratos in the God of War games?
In the new ones, yes. It was originally somebody else for the first three on PlayStation 2 and stuff.
There's just layers on that joke.
I never played God of War, so I guess I don't understand the joke. But was he not good? You called him Soul.
No, he won an award for that game.
Oh,
his voice. I mean, his voice acting is pretty damn good. As a matter, he kind of became a meme because he won some award, and he ended up giving like a 9-minute thank you speech or something at the Game Awards.
Yeah,
that was like what happened just recently, right?
It was two game awards now. This last game awards, they put a big old timer up.
Yeah, they had a big old timer that made us so that people would do shorter speeches and stuff. Because like Static said, he did like a 9-minute long thing.
That makes me think of like they put like a couple of years ago they started putting timers on baseball to make the game go faster.
Yep.
Well, they've even done that with like the Oscars and shit like that, where they'll start playing you off the stage if you're taking too long. They'll start playing music or whatever.
Because these people are also prideful. They had to give their own like 9-hour-long speeches.
Yeah,
to celebrate themselves.
Yeah, gotta stroke that
ego. If
ego.
anybody deserves it, it would be teal'c, I guess, right? Or no?
Well, I don't know. I have no like investment in the God of War series myself, and so I just know of like some of the memes that came out of it, just like he for his like constant use of boy.
Yeah.
But otherwise, like, I
haven't played the second one. The first one, the first one wasn't as bad. I haven't played the second one. I don't know anything about it going soy or whatever. I think the first one, he was just God of War and he didn't fucking talk much. He just said boy.
He's down to business.
I think a lot of it came from what was done from the original games, but like I said, I haven't played the originals and I haven't played the new ones, so it's hard to other than what I've heard about it, because I've heard like for some people say it's got like slight Dark Souls-ish gameplay, but ends up being a lot of the times a walking simulator, loading screen fest.
It's a hack and slash with the hard difficulty,
right?
I don't know if I call it.
But otherwise, well, I think like they like the whole like kind of like dodge roll mechanic and stuff like that. A lot of people attribute that to Dark Souls, but like I said, I haven't played it. So, and I just know some people said they thought it was kind of bullshit that he didn't get his original weapons till like the end of the game, or at least the weapons he's more known for, like
the chains. That was probably the chains.
The chain, yeah,
you didn't get those until about the middle of the game. Otherwise, you were rocking the axe. But even when I got the chains, I still used the axe.
Like I said, just what I've heard. And hey, and like it was, Ragnarok had Sweet Baby Ink involvement, so
yeah.
Blacker said only played the old Greek versions. I haven't even played those. Those are on my list of games that I'm gonna have to go back and play at some point. The list just keeps growing.
Did you see Sweet Baby tweet out about another
company dying?
Yeah, company dying.
Yeah, I saw that. Where did I hang on?
I'm like, I can't believe you guys did that. Like, you're giving everyone a victory lap here. Like,
well, the thing was, is I don't know when that was posted. That was the problem. Like, all it said was like a month ago, but a month ago from when the screenshot was taken, I don't know.
Fair point. I could look into the company.
That was my own. Like, I saw it like just before we'd gone live, so I didn't get a chance to dive into it and desire to know more. Because yeah, I saw that from Hypnotic right here. Oh wait, let me.
Oh, apparently also, by the way, Power Rangers Zeo is 28 years old today.
I fell out of Power Rangers after like when they went ninja form and shit. So they turned them into kids. They turned some of the original Power Rangers into kids, and we're doing some like weird, like I think switch over to the new Rangers, and then I just lost track.
I mean, no, it was like a temporary. It was a temporary with the Alien Rangers, and then they.
That was it. Yeah, the Alien Rangers thing. But that was, I think, about where I stopped watching.
But Zeo was right after that.
Yeah, I didn't get into Zeo. I know that.
Like, In Space is probably the apex of Power Rangers to me.
Oh yeah. But here's the screenshot that Hypnotic was sharing, where it says from Sweet Baby Inc. And I don't know if this is on their LinkedIn or something like that. But we are saddened to learn that Shadow Gambit, the Cursed Crew, is Mimimi's last game. We're incredibly proud to have helped bring this final voyage to shore by collaborating on the game's protagonist, Aphia, with Matthias Kraut, Moritz Wagner, and the rest of the crew at Mimimi Games GmbH. Our collaboration helped make the world of the Cursed Caribbean feel more inclusive and representative. Very happy to see that players have resonated the game, as evidenced by its incredible reception. I didn't even hear about this. The Mimimi team is amazing and deserves to land on their feet. We would be happy
No, they
to
don't.
folks in our network. Yeah, especially since they brought you tits on, but it was probably just a network who are looking for talented developers with the studio. Send us a DM if you are interested. Shadow Gambit, the cursed crew. Well, their project was cursed, I guess. By
It looks like a phone game.
It looks like a mobile shit game. At least just by the cover that I'm seeing here. But
so Mimimi Games, quick Google search. It says from 2008 to 2023.
Okay.
And their catch line is making games and crying about it. I don't know if that's what it always was before they closed.
And crying about it. Interesting tagline, to say the least.
They closed back in this, so their final thing was August 29th, 2023. It wasn't even like December.
Oh, so it was last year. Okay. That's what I was confused about when I saw that. I was like, well, when was this exactly? And was that just their only game that they had under their belt?
Huh?
Was that the only game that they had under their belt?
No, they've got Shadow Gambit, which actually is not a mobile game. Shadow Tactics, Aiko's Choice, Desperados 3, Last Seeker, City of Colors.
Okay, I'm familiar with Shadow Tactics. I've seen that around. But these other ones I've never heard of.
The first Shadow Tactics looks like it might be what is that shit that those I want to say Hyrule Warriors, but that's not the main base of the game.
Oh, an isometric style game?
Yeah.
The top-down perspective and everything.
No. Like Hyrule Warriors, like those.
Yeah, the hack and slash.
Yeah.
Mass beat 'em up sort of game.
Yeah,
you're saying the original Shadow Tactics. I'm seeing this.
It looks like it might be. I'm just going off of like screenshots and shit. There's no videos or nothing.
Yeah, because the only thing that I saw first, the Shadow Tactics Blade of the Shogun, was what I saw for the website here, and they show the screenshots, and this is like a isometric style game, kind of Wasteland and stuff like, and Fallout 1 and 2. This is what I was seeing.
Okay, yeah. You feel like a real ninja.
Go ninja, go ninja, go.
Oh, so it's like Ninja's Diablo type.
Not Diablo. Although I guess it does. I'm looking at the gameplay really quick. It does look a little more kind of action.
Kind of like, what's that one fucking game called? I can't remember. You like go and you like save bases or clear buildings.
I almost thought you were going to go towards XCOM, but that's a turn-based kind of action shooter.
Actually, it was XCOM, but I forgot that it was turn-based.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just seeing like the quick little like I'm looking at this and it's looking a little more like there's a little more action to it. It doesn't look like you're doing too many turns during the gameplay.
Yeah.
So it's a little more of an active sort of game. Try and get to yeah. Doot. Another one bites dust. Congrats, sweet baby.
8 months ago, 9 months ago.
How How many companies now has that's been tied to Sweet Baby went down?
I don't know.
I mean, like actually collapsed. I don't know, because I mean they have such a collection of big AAA studios that they are quote unquote associated with.
And then like, and then there's a lot of like indie games like what's that one fucking called Dinosaur High or some shit like that.
Oh,
and like those don't necessarily just go out of business. They're just not making any more games right now, right? Like,
right.
Like it's just an indie dev shop.
Yeah, because like I mean, when you look at the, I still find it funny they have not updated their website whatsoever. But when you just look at it, what's still on there is their clients, Xbox Game Studios, EA, Valve, Santa Monica Studios. Oh, Santa Monica Studios. No, they're God of War, 2K, Ubi shit, Squeenix, Warner Brothers. So I mean,
is that Outlaws coming to PC?
Wait, what game?
That Star Wars Outlaws game.
Oh yeah. It's multi-plat.
Gonna get it?
Fuck no. I already wasn't, because it's Ubisoft and it's Disney Star Wars, so I especially wasn't touching it. Okay. But after with all the heavy microtransactions, or it's just like a bunch of heavy day one DLCs and shit like that. It's like fuck off. Ubi shit has such a weird.
Listen, Ubisoft Montreal was good.
Perception of themselves is ridiculous. We're doing quadruple A games. We're not just doing triple A. We're quadruple A.
Yeah, that's fucking. Yeah.
Fuck off.
I might go sailing just because I love the drama. Like and I want to see it for myself. Like I just got to see how shit it is for myself.
Like somebody said, I mean, we watched the gameplay trailer. Yeah, it looked like it was kind of Division third person looter shooter. So I guess this is I'm just happy to play the old shit. So if I've got that itch, I'll play some clanky ass retro.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I won't even finish it. I'll just download it and install it and just check it out and see how fucking bad it is for a few hours and then just dip out.
Done.
Yeah, I just have to see the cringe.
It'll be curious to see if they ever redesign the character model too.
And these games, like, it doesn't take long. Like it doesn't take long at all.
Well, I mean, have you? I'm trying to remember. I could have sworn I saw somewhere on Twitter X where someone mentioned from the Star Wars account that says, "Oh, we're happy to introduce our first female Star Wars video game character." And there's just like, wait. Did you forget about Iden Ercio?
Wasn't that the was that the the character from the EA Battlefront 2?
Yep.
And then there was there was a game on PSP with a female Twi'lek as the lead character.
Oh, okay.
I forget. Was that
Star Wars? Was that underneath the Disney era, or was that?
No, that was still LucasArts.
Okay.
Kyle Katarn made an appearance in it. I don't know if it was not Renegade.
It was Rebel something, I think.
Oh, was it Rebel? But I mean, like, even Jedi Academy, you could choose a female created character. Knights of the Old Republic, you could choose a female playable character. I mean, it's just funny the length of revisionist history they'll go through to go, none of that existed, none of it. All new, and they're always overlapping themselves.
Lethal Alliance. That's it. Star Wars Lethal Alliance.
Okay. Lethal Alliance. Yeah, that is it. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, and Katarn makes an appearance in like the start of the game. I gotta get back to that one day. I was starting to check it out.
Well, of course, as soon as you mentioned Kyle Katarn, you're like drooling and rolling on your belly and saying, "Spank me hardy, daddy."
You got me down to a T, brother. But no, I mean it's that, and then like they were trying to go, oh, this is the first open world, and I'm like, no, that's not true. It's not true either. But well, let me get in the way. It's really funny what's come out with that Outlaws game.
I mean, the idea is okay, cool. If we were back in Lucas era Star Wars, I'd be all for it. But the more and more I see of this, it's just like, oh,
it isn't Lucas. Well, okay, I got in the timeline. It's right between.
Yeah, it's in that month period between Return of the Jedi and Empire.
Yeah.
I made the comparison that they're trying to basically make like their own new Shadows of the Empire. Like she's gonna be kind of like the new Dash Rendar because she's already kind of being the smuggler type and everything. Like some people kind of threw the ideas out there. She's gonna be like the main importance for giving Luke like the idea to break into the prison, into Jabba's palace and stuff like that.
Oh, sweet.
They'll retcon some of the history.
Yep, they're gonna retcon Han Solo's story.
So it wouldn't surprise me, but like it was because I kind of saw the new crime boss guy. He's kind of like our stand-in for Prince Shizor, but human. They just can't do anything interesting. But yeah,
I mean, like I said, is that I don't mind the idea of this game isn't horrible, but it's just that they're not going to really expand the idea into an actual story. They're going to want to, hey, strong, independent female character.
Yes, exactly.
Who's the bestest ever at everything.
Pretty much, which I'm gonna find particularly funny with this game is this if it also just ends up just kind of being a real like, especially after all this drama, it just is such a wet fart that nobody really pays attention to it, and it gets no other time in the news in the press whatsoever. Like everybody just tries to bury it, especially if this is like either very mediocre or trash, but it's just like fly under the radar because we're gonna possibly be distracted with so much other shit coming out. I don't know. It just kind of was a sudden thought. Like this is just passed by some people. Anywho, I was saying CDPR said they were making 5A games.
They did. They said that a couple weeks ago.
Really? Oh my god! How did I not see that? Fucking CD Projekt Red.
Because CDPR is on the cusp of irrelevancy.
They really fucking are. I mean, it didn't help them when they came out with their ESG video.
Cyberpunk. Even though Cyberpunk is playable now.
Yeah, now.
Like, and there's people out there that call it a great game, and like, it's an okay game. It's playable. For a shooter, it's ass at being a shooter. and everyone just wants to play the melee weapons because they're overpowered.
Right.
Building your character with the mods and everything, that's pretty cool actually. But the shooting sucks. Every gun feels the same. Like there's no there's
differentiation between them and everything. It's just sad. I just know my brother had sailed the seas for Starfield and and Cyberpunk, and he's like, I'd much rather play Cyberpunk.
So I don't know how relevant this is, but according to Wikipedia, take it with a grain of salt. Witcher, the projects that they have announced are Witcher Remake, Project Hadar, Project Orion, Project Polaris, and Project Sirius.
I don't know what any of those projects are.
I was gonna say they're sounding like Lucasfilm right, seeing all these projects, and it's just like, okay,
So,
what are they? What are you doing?
According to the explanations, it says that so you have the Witcher remake.
Yep.
Project Hadar is a first original IP. Project Orion is a sequel to Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, okay.
Project Polaris is going to be the first game in a new trilogy set in the Witcher universe, developed using Unreal Engine 5. And Project Sirius is going to be a new game set in the Witcher universe featuring multiplayer.
Oh boy, they're gonna go for their own.
They're gonna do the live service Witcher.
Now, like I said, this is from Wikipedia, so
yeah. Well, I remember hearing about the Witcher remake. I remember hearing about them doing that, and I was already like, "Fuck."
Yeah, the Witcher remake, because they need to take out all the titty cards.
Need to take out all the titty cards, and they need to dumb it down like they did for 3.
It does say that they're going to be upgrading to Unreal Engine 5.
So a lot of the mechanics in the original game are really like that's where the phrase got coined of PC Master Race. It was just because of how like intricate and autistic the systems were for like the potions and stuff like that. They really toned it down in later games.
Okay, because the first I need to play the second one because the first one is certainly dated. Okay,
graphically, but I think you could just slap some mods in there and you're good.
Well, but I'm not just talking from a graphic stance. I'm talking from like the battle, like the fighting where you just click once and then it just keeps striking, and then you can change whether you do the heavy hit or the normal hit, like that kind of stuff. Like. And you're more watching it happen than anything, just kind of hoping your HP holds out.
It's been a really long time since I tried playing, since I got into the first game, so I'll have to do that again. But I know the second game, somebody modded the combat mechanics to make it a little more fluid and stuff, I believe. And CDPR actually hired them on and made it, instead of an unofficial patch, an official patch for the game.
Yeah.
And that was some of the early, like, holy shit. It's kind of like Valve in their early days when they picked up the people that did Counter-Strike and Team Fortress and stuff like that. They brought them onto as like official parts of Valve. So I think, and that's where a lot of people were like, holy shit, are they the new ones? But then Witcher 3 came along. And people have their mixed thoughts on that one.
Witcher 3 was my introduction, and I love that game.
Okay.
So I'm just curious how, like, what got dumbed down from 2 to 3. I was gonna play 2, but I wanted to like mod it up to kind of like remove some of the jank people talk about.
Yeah.
And whenever I installed the mods, they weren't showing up, and I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Well, I know 2 was kind of the beginning of some of it too. They were kind of tweaking some things and changing it, because like it was like, for 1, it was definitely a lot of intricacies with like the potion makings and stuff like that.
I think with the first one, I don't think I even fucked with the potion making.
Neither did I. Like, it was a little over me particularly, but there was a lot of different shit, and I think the spells too. There's something to do with the spells, if I remember.
Well, there's a lot of these. So like Witcher 3, for example. So you've got your different branches you can go down. You've got your physical, you've got your signs, and you've got the potion, right? You've got the red, blue, and the green. You can completely ignore the green, the potion making and all that stuff. You don't ever have to worry about that. Which I think is kind of lame. If you're gonna have it, like, make it matter.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or, I mean, you could also just do the complete green build, which is something that I've been meaning to do at some point in time.
Well, I know, like, my brother was more into the Witcher games than I was. Like, he's played through all of them. I wish he would get in here so he could elaborate more.
Yeah, that would be cool.
But like I said, like for some people, 3 was kind of a mixed bag. Like, and the funny thing too, like for a while, like CD Projekt Red kind of got skated by too on the coined phrase of Eurojank.
Yeah,
it was like their own special level of jank, like just weird quirks and stuff like that for gameplay. Like it's been brought up again for like the Gothic series and Elex. So
the fighting in Witcher 3 was definitely not great. But I've beaten it many times on Death March now. I play it almost every year. It's just
one of those revisits. I get you. Like it is. I'll have to give a good playthrough again of the first one, and then go from there too.
Yeah, go do it. It's quick. It's quick. The first one.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay.
You get it done and shoot.
I think I always get distracted by all the side quests and shit.
You can probably do it in 3 days on your break now.
Probably. Oh, you haven't played any of them, eh, Blackred? I don't. It tickles only. So I mean, it's not a bad series. It definitely avoid the books.
The story's fun. I've only ever read the very first book, and it was all right.
I went through I was listening to one of the books on audiobook, and Geralt was just coming off like such a bitch. Like, even got a dressing down by Dandelion of all people.
That must not have been the one that I read.
Yeah, they're like in their because they're on a particular, just to say, mission, and Geralt's being all kind of self-deprecating and loathing and crap like that, all about being a Witcher and all this sort of shit, and how hard it actually is. And Dandelion's like, "What are you being such a bitch about? You basically get women thrown on you at every occasion, and yet you're acting like a mopey fucker. Knock it off. Stop being a." He's just because Geralt was playing basically like a victim.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, "Holy shit! The fucking muse is correct. The bard is fucking right. Knock it off. Quit being a bitch and kill some fucking monsters." I guess I was so ingrained with the games, so
I don't want to excuse Geralt being a bitch, but also like a bard isn't any good unless he could come up with something like that.
True. You do have to be a bit of a wordsmith. But I was definitely like, yeah, he's got a fucking point though.
Yeah, a bard just has to know a bard has to be able to present the truth.
And, yeah. Timon is also saying Witcher 3 is really fun, so I know, like I said, my brother played the shit out of it too. Like, I know he beat it on like I think the hardest difficulties and shit.
Yep. Death March.
I think he still has the saved playthrough too. He's like, I don't know if I ever want to like save over, like, or just like create a new one. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to do that again.
That's a game that could take forever because the DLCs. There's 2 DLCs.
Yes, that was themselves. I think he said the blood and wine one was actually pretty good.
I don't remember what it's called, but it takes place in Coruscant. The colors are just absolutely amazing in the other DLC. Like, it's so vivid and vibrant.
I think that's the blood and wine one where they go to a whole new area and shit.
No, that's the blood and wine one's the one with the vampires, and it's all dark and broody.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of it. Oh, maybe I am thinking of the one you're talking about then. The one where it's like off to a new area and has a whole fighting tournament and shit.
Yeah. That's the other one.
In his very dry way, dresses down the female fighter and shit.
No, the blood and wine one's fun though too because it's all these vampires and shit. Whereas the other one's kind of like more like royal high life, like you go to like a fucking ball and shit.
Okay. Yeah,
you're like solving some mystery.
I'll have to give the games another good go because it's just like 3. I kept trying to start and I just kept getting lost because there's just like all the shit to do, especially in that game, and then like the world is pretty big, so I was just like meandering.
Were you having trouble trying to open the doors like Gary?
No, I could actually get through the doors. As amazing as that is, I'm no pro gamer like him, but yes, I did get through the doors just fine.
I was watching some of the streams that he was doing that, and that was around the time that he was having issues with his controller, and so his camera just started.
Issues with the controller. I've heard that excuse before.
No, I mean like hit the camera for no reason. It would just start rotating. So it was kind of disorienting. So his character was just walking around as best he could, try to keep in a straight line, but the camera would just rotate around and around and around. It's just like, what on earth?
Oh boy. Oh, Heart and Stone and Blood Wine.
Yeah, Heart and Stone is the 1 and 2 or something.
Yeah. And Dan Blackbird said he owns 3, booted it up once, but the opening cinematic got too boring. It was just him talking with a woman in bed, I think.
That would have been
dub.
That would have been after the introduction when Siri.
Yeah.
When they introduced Siri.
And more of the little tutorial mode.
Yeah, that was where Gary got stuck on opening the door.
Yeah, I got at least into the open world end of the game. Like I said, I just started meandering around the whole big place once I got like passed through the basic missions to get you going, and then I was just kind of like, ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's that? I kind of was having like an ADD moments of like, ooh, glowy mission. Let's go here. Ooh, mission here.
Pretty much happening at once.
Yeah, I got very distracted very quickly, and I was like, you know what? I'm done. That or I just forgot about it. Either of the two things.
Good Lord.
What can I say? I have issues with sticking with some games, so I've been liking streaming them, and I just sit and play through them, and I feel a little more committed to it.
I don't mind open world games. It's just when you have choice overload.
Yeah, that's the thing with the open world games is that so it's very easy to fall into that trap.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Static?
Well, I was gonna ask Fractured what he's gonna stream with his time he's got this week.
I was watching Next Generation.
I was probably gonna boot up because I reinstalled the Total Conversion mod for X-Wing Alliance TIE Fighter, so I was gonna finally give that a good go. Otherwise, I don't know what else I might play. I know I'm gonna be joining. I want to join Melee Games. They're doing Halo Monday and Tuesday, so I was probably gonna jump in for that. They had the whole Halo Master Chief Edition for $10.
You could play the Oregon Trail.
Dude, I have been dying to play some Halo.
So yeah, they had the whole collection for like $10. So that's like Halo 1 to 4.
Yeah,
and that includes Reach
Master
and
Chief Collection.
Yeah, the Master Chief Collection is $10. I'm like, I mean, for that price, you can't go wrong.
No,
especially for that many games. And
The Master Chief Collection is still $10 right now.
Yep. So I have to at least give
and
I'll
it
have to give
includes
Halo a serious try because I never really got into Halo.
and it includes Halo Reach, Halo Evolution Anniversary, and the Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 3, and Halo 3 ODST.
Yep. I was loading it up this morning and getting things all set up, so I was like, oh, and it kind of booted up some achievements it automatically gave me. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I might do that too. I might also just start a campaign for starting from Halo 1 because, like I said, I never gave it a fair shot.
It's fantastic. All the game. Well, I wasn't a big fan of ODST, but
They're all pretty solid.
Yeah, I've heard from some people ODST is kind of like a standout for sure.
It is, yeah, it's like a standalone. In my opinion, but
I know like 3 is pretty much like peak, as I understand it. Like Halo 3 is the peak for the franchise, and then after that,
I'd argue 2's pretty legit. I don't know, man. I'm a Halo guy. Clearly I told you, but
you told us.
He's told
Fractured. Been trying to get him converted over to console for years. He won't do it.
Not gonna happen.
Dan Blacker said
once you let go, you never go back.
Yeah. Dan Blacker said he was more into Dragon Age Origins. I love Dragon Age Origins. That game's janky too, but I also love it. Like Modern's the best.
Wasn't that the same time as Witcher 3?
Dragon Age Origins?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think there is a bit of a gap between those two.
I know Witcher 3 was, I believe Witcher 3 was originally released on the PlayStation 3.
2009 for Dragon Age Origins. You might be thinking of Inquisition.
Oh, maybe.
Witcher 3 was 2015.
Okay. So yeah. Inquisition.
So it was just a report. So Twitter account leading report has just posted a minute ago that the House has voted to ban TikTok.
Yeah, they did that with all the payments that they sent out this morning.
Wonderful.
TikTok's got a year to divert all their Chinese investments, and they have to go straight American or they're done. There's a lot more that goes into it. Tune into Bloodbath on Monday.
There you go. There's the plug, baby. Yeah, and I'll Dragon Age Origins has cool side characters. Although Liliana, I kept the first time I played through, I completely avoided her, so she got destroyed in the town. He says Mass Effect looks more fun.
Mass Effect Andromeda.
All right, that's it. You're out of here. I won't have that shit up in here. Andromeda's trash, and he should know better.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Game is gold standard.
Mass Effect 1's gameplay was very stiff. I know Static tried playing a little bit of it, but
You're gonna say Mass Effect 1 is stiff, but not like Andromeda.
Yes, because Andromeda's story is trash. There's some good gameplay aspects to that game, I won't deny, but the rest of it, no, fuck off.
Get him off the bridge.
You just don't know any gaming.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but with like Mass Effect 2 and 3, the gameplay gets a lot better, but the story kind of diminishes as it goes on.
Well, unfortunately, isn't it the situation for all trilogies?
True. Well, and
I think Halo diminished, so I don't think like they all 1, 2, and 3 were all.
Well, like I said, that was my understanding. Was like Halo 3 was like peak for the franchise. So, yeah, Dan Blackroyd 3 had an awesome co-op mode. That's what I loved about Mass Effect 3 was the co-op was a lot of fun. It was just basically a horde mode thing, but it was a lot of fun. Friends of mine and I just played the shit out of it.
Gears of War is like that too, but then you got into like 4 and 5, and like the 5th one's not good. The one with I forget she's basically what's her? She's the girl. She's the granddaughter of the. I forget. I played 5, but it's been a while. But 1, 2, and 3 Gears are absolutely all fantastic. And that's all I'm gonna say. And you may not have an opinion on it.
I don't. I've always just known Gears of War as being refrigerators trying to hide behind cover.
Okay, that's disrespectful. That might be the most disrespectful thing you've said this show. How dare refrigerators be?
Well, the reviewer was a very cynical, snarky Brit, which is just basically a Brit.
Well, aren't all Brits cynical?
That's what I said. That's I basically just described a British person, but
every one of them.
That's how he described like the combat mechanics and how it felt to him. I've never played it personally, so I can't really say my thoughts.
You've never played Gears of War.
I was an Xbox person early on.
Gears of War would turn you in. Just that game alone would turn you into an Xbox guy, just so you could play the game. It's absolutely fantastic. I've told you this probably maybe not multiple occasions. It's absolutely fantastic. This guy, who was this guy you followed? I'm gonna go DM him. Who is he?
Is it absolutely fantastic?
Oh, it's so great. In my opinion, I think. But I'm a Gears guy. 1, 2, and 3, absolutely fantastic. 4, Judgment was I don't think I never played Judgment, and then the 5th one was just I mean, when it's not with the main characters like Dom and Marcus, it's Baird. It gets kind of, I don't know. They bring him back though, so I mean, there's that.
Take it for what you will.
Yeah.
Didn't they like kill off the main character from like the first 2 games and replace him with his son?
Yeah. No, Marcus was still there. His son is in the 4th and 5th one, I believe.
Okay.
I
remember seeing commercials and people. I remember hearing people complain about something that involved the main character.
Yeah, so Marcus Phoenix, he had a son, and like TJ or JD, who ends up having I think if I remember right, like a love affair with the main character in Gears 5, which is the granddaughter of the mother of the Horde, the Locusts. So I don't know, but I didn't get all the way through it because they did a massive update, and I was like, I'm not about this life right now. So I think I went back to playing Gears 1.
Yeah,
so I could be telling you incorrectly, but I'm almost positive it's his Marcus Phoenix son that was in 4.
Sounds good. I think I'm going to have to retitle this episode to our Seinfeld episode, because this was a show about nothing. Because we almost went on to like no topics other than this kind of.
I'm in favor of Seinfeld. I'm in favor of that. I agree.
But it was fun. I had fun all the same.
I mean, not a nothing burger, but Seinfeld. That's good. I like that.
And here you were saying you needed to only go about 2 hours, and we've almost hit 4.
You've redeemed yourself from the disrespectful comment about Andromeda.
Well, I'm glad I could be redeemed in your eyes, Hitman. I'm glad. I would have hated if we ended on such a sour note. But with that, I think
why don't you play Andromeda this week? I think you should. I vote for Andromeda.
Anyway, we'll close here. Spartacus, why don't you go first? What do you got to plug, sir?
I am still in the midst of playing Lego Batman. I have not done it in a while. Going to try and get back to it. And also tomorrow, I don't know if the table's going to be streaming it or not, but we'll be playing a quick round of Atomic Punk 2160, which is basically kind of like a Fallout game.
Oh, I saw him tweet that out. Yeah.
So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow.
Cool. I might pop it. Are you guys doing a live stream or?
I believe we're gonna be doing a live stream, but I
drop by.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're doing a live stream. I know I'm not being helpful. But yeah, that's basically about it.
Cool. Static, sir. What have you got?
You can check me on my channel, Static 2020, Monday night at 7 Pacific for Monday Night Bloodbath. We'll be talking about the spending bill. We'll be talking about probably the human candle and the Trump trial.
I was like, human candle, what? And then it clicked.
And then Thursday for more Week of the Weird on the weekend pregame at 5:30 Pacific time.
Always a good time. Always good. So, Hitman, how about you? Anything you want?
Well, yeah. Well, before I just want to ask the man himself if we rated. Well, I don't even know what we rated Thursday show, if it was rated R, but I don't even know what we'd rate Static's Monday show, because I've not been a part of Monday show, but I was there Thursday, and boy howdy did it get there. It was
Was
it
that
was
the first one that you've seen?
yeah no, it was for
Okay.
yeah.
So
I don't even know if that was our sauciest.
Was
I don't
it?
know
Well, I
either.
thought it was a little saucy.
Yeah, so yeah, we are running the Atomic Punk show tomorrow. I just renewed. Yes, I just renewed my YouTube, and I just saw it pop up right at the very top. It'll be at 11 a.m. Central Time.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the spiciest one.
Maybe not. But
I mean,
yeah.
talking about the sex parties was fucking weird.
Okay.
We get into Static has some amazing topics on that Thursday show. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's just whatever weird shit that just comes across my Twitter line, and I'm like, all right, that's something.
Let's do this.
And like so the big reason why I brought that video up is because this dude went to 3 sex parties in one night, and he thought he fell in love with someone, and I'm like, motherfucker.
You said he fell in love with like 4 or 5 of them.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is how you find love nowadays. Like, I'm just blown. Like, I mean, like, I knew sex parties is a thing, but just the idea that there's even a possibility of 3 in one night is just absolutely insane.
Yeah, it gets that gets really gross.
What kind of world do you live in? Like, and of course, this is a person who is
don't be shy.
transitioning, a person who has partially transitioned. Like, they're on the drugs and shit. They haven't whacked
Right,
everything off.
Lord.
But it's so that's why I called the episode Degeneracy is Love Now, something like that.
Yes, degeneracy is love.
So we just talked about this kind of weird stuff, and then if I'm lucky, I'm able to abstract some sort of bigger conversation out of it. And yeah.
No, it sounds like a good time, and there was like I said, I only was able to join for a small portion, but I was listening to it, and I did have to turn my phone down while I was on lunch, so that's why I says a little bit saucy. But if it gets saucier, then I can't wait to join on a Monday.
You should get some headphones.
Yeah, well, I wasn't very I didn't plan for it. I pulled up my Twitter, and I saw that Static was live, so I was like, oh well, I'm on lunch, I'll just join. And
yeah, Monday's more political, so it's more angry.
Yeah, I could see.
It's a different. It's the same vibe, but it's different. Like, we're there to have fun, but it's also just annoying.
Yeah,
like just the shit that we go over, like, because it's all fucked.
Yeah.
As the great Raging Rhino likes to say, the narrative is fucked.
Yeah.
Right, and properly so. Oh boy. And for myself, like I said, I'll possibly be joining Melee Games for their Halo event for Monday and Tuesday. I might be poking my head in other places. We don't know. And of course, I'll be trying to do more gaming streams. Like I said, want to play TIE Fighter, the Total Conversion mod. Check that out, finally. Because, I mean, it basically looks like it could be a modern game with the way the texture updates and stuff like that. And please do subscribe to this channel, and also Fractured Filter Gaming if you want to see all the extra replays and gaming topics that I'll usually post over there when we discuss things here and all that jazz. And of course, we got Kick, we got Twitch, and all the other places. So find us all over the place. And otherwise, and of course, I'll be on weekend pregame on Thursday, so I'll be over there. Head over there; it'll be a good fun. Always is. And with that, we'll say good night. And thank you, everybody who showed up, between Dan Blackard, who hung out, Meteor Advocate Timon, even your brother Steve joined in with us, Static. I'll be darned.
He hung out longer than he normally does.
I know. What the hell? That's surprising.
Must have been bored.
He must have been. Tabletop joined in. We also had Tuscan Bob firing off occasionally, especially with some of them Star Trek takes. He kind of filled in for Brad since he didn't make it today. Fear FEMA, Red Hood Winked as always. Brandon Tran making his reappearances again. Triss dropped by. And of course, we had you, Static, in chat. We had you, Spartacus, in chat. Always appreciate it, guys. Melee K popped in. Nerdy Neo. All y'all are. Oh, and Star Wars Marvel Purist. Even Paul Hadoken, I saw, snuck in and bounced back out. Thank you, everybody who did. And anybody watching the replay, remember to drop a comment. Help us get in that algo or whatever. I hate trying to shill myself like this. This feels dirty. But please do hit the smash the like and all that jazz. And with that, we will say good night, goodbye, and have a great Saturday evening.
Bye.
What is thy bidding, my master?
Yeah, I should have known from the very beginning. From what you said. Yeah, when the mega powers were formed. Yeah, what you were out for from the very beginning. Yeah, you were after what was mine. I remember what you said.
You can destroy the Emperor. Join me. Together, we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Yeah, that one was rough. Those words right there. Yeah, I got stuck, yeah, but I swallowed it anyway. Didn't like the taste, but I swallowed it anyway, yeah. But I remember the time when there was a conquistador out of the ring, the one that's so jealous that he can't stand it, yeah. Yeah, you came in there with your poses, yeah, but you made a big idiot out of yourself, yeah. And speaking of idiot things, what about that stupid idea? Did you forget that one? Think back. That right there sealed your fate. Yeah, that put the madness over the edge. But I'll tell you what felt even better, yeah, was in the dressing room, in the first aid room. Me being unselfish, yeah, said go ahead, do the thing, yeah. You won't steal my thunder, no. When you take a look at the madness's eyes, all you're gonna see is complete and utter rage!